Okay. Alright, we're free. We're free. It's done and we're free. Yeah, thanks for the GGs, everybody. We're playing Morrowind, and not only are we playing Morrowind, but we are playing it in a really finicky way, where we try to read every single book. Yes, every single book. Click, one click. In the game, every single book. And we're helping ourselves in that process by keeping track of our progress with a spreadsheet. Yes, nothing better than a spreadsheet to help organize your gaming and your fun. And so here we're keeping track of every book that we've seen, every book that we haven't seen, so that way we know for sure, actually, that we've completed our task, our self-assigned task. Anyway, we just got into a fight with a Dark Brotherhood assassin. Pretty scary. We have really good chance of hitting the shock spell. Have to keep that in mind. So this only costs 3... Okay, magic. Okay, we lay down and rest until healed. I think us getting attacked by assassins is random, but last night I went to lay down after I ended stream and I got attacked by a second assassin. It was ridiculous. So we got all this good shit. We've taken the the assassin's outfit. And I'm actually, I think at this point, gonna put all of it on, basically. And then we need to sell... Critically, okay, we need to sell our gear and not get arrested like last night. So let's go find somebody who we can sell some of our gear to. Seems like KOTOR to me. It very well could be. You won't. You don't want those items. So the... excuse me. The one... like, weapons shop I really specifically remember... We keep selling... we keep selling items we stole from them back to them and then getting arrested.
Is there something on...
It's unfortunate. But I think one of these pawnbrokers... There we go, armor. Okay, this person will take it. Hey, Meldor. Morrowind lore. The Blight is a health-threatening volcanic cloud full of ash. Plants and creatures in the Blight get blight diseases. Okay, barter. We're gonna sell our chitin, actually. It's a big day. It's our first big armor upgrade. But we have this Dark Brotherhood armor that has a really good armor rating. And it's really light, and that's just gonna help us a ton here. Okay. So we have a silver claymore, a silver dagger. We have a crossbow and bolts, which is probably unnecessary. It's probably weighing us down, to be honest with you. But what the heck, let's hold on to it. And honestly, everything, it's like, I don't know that I want to stay on light armor forever, but we're just gonna stick with our new armor here.
What is this about?
Oh yeah, can you repair anything I have? Yeah. Okay, goodbye. Great. That's great. So, my only real thought here is we're gonna do a tiny bit more spell training, spell creating. Can you join the Dark Brotherhood in this? I don't know. I think probably, but we don't have an inn yet. I didn't like get a card or something. Like I didn't get the start of a quest down here when we got attacked. Okay, so we made a float 15 points for 5 seconds, and we have like no ability to actually make it work. We could take more alteration training before we leave. Our alteration is like 10 at the moment. Yeah, it's 10.
You have my attention.
I'm kind of inclined, though, to try and make one more spell here. So it's specifically levitate on self for 5. And I guess maybe we just try 10, magnitude 10. You know, or maybe we do like 5 to 10 and we see, maybe we get lucky. Can I call this one float as well? I can. How does this work? Oh, great. This is perfect. I hate everything about this, actually. Yeah, I'm feeling great, Hla Oad Ebonheart. Sometimes our heart rate just moves around. All right, well, I've butchered my naming scheme for spells already. It's absolutely ruined. But let's, I guess, try and cast this. Failure. Failure. Okay, there. Whoa, we're bouncing! We were kind of bouncing. Awesome.
Ahoy there.
Ahoy there. Hey, Science, welcome. You're thinking of Life is Short? Yeah, Orlando Bloom was also wonderful. Wait, did it not work? I thought it worked. Well, now we're out of Magicka, so we might as well rest. This is kind of a bust. These spells are kind of a bust. To be honest.
Interesting. A tourist.
Not entirely sure what I want to do. I guess... What if I name a spell the same thing? Right, so I do levitate self. Just 1 to 5. And I call this... Starfloat. What happens? I have 2! Oh, it's bad. Oh, dear. They just get named the same thing, and you just have to remember what the difference is, or check the tooltip. Oh. Lol, why? Lol, why what? Oh, I'm trying to make it easier to... So you can't see, okay. So behind, right here, by my head, are percentage chances of casting these. And so, like, the cheaper one, we have a slightly higher chance of succeeding. It's like trying to get a spell that's effective for our skill rate. Yeah, Hla Oad Ebonheart, sometimes the heart rate monitor just kind of varies by, like... I hate this. I hate actually everything about this. Okay. Let's keep the 15 points one we can barely use and not burden ourselves with some additionally dubiously named spells. I can't handle that. Pointer to a float, it's the worst. Just dereference that pointer, AK. Alrighty. Well, let's leave town. Hope all is well, legendary iios. Oh, thank you, Valent. Yeah, it's going great. You're not gonna save scum that butchered naming scheme? I did. I definitely did. I just needed to convince myself. The merchant put on my chitin rate. I didn't even process, actually. He just tossed it on. Yeah.
You know, macaroni.
Oh, they did.
What is this never about? Eat it, and
nice,
I never
Meldor.
have, and there's no way you could convince me otherwise.
Capital. We've proven, definitively proven, that the iios macaroni myth is false. Yeah, it's just a conspiracy theory, okay? You know, Big Macaroni invented some spurious rumors. Deepfake, yeah, it is. Ugh, so many floats. I just want to have a really good float spell because the person was like, hey, get a float spell, get an unlock spell. I want to do what the game is telling me to do. So we're headed south. We're headed south out of Balmora here. We've been told to head south to Hla. Oh, Hla Oad is down there. So we're actually going to follow this river. It's kind of our plan to get to Hla Oad. We have a couple of quests down there. What is this Aesop's Rock's second album released in 2012? Because that's a lot of float. Damn movie. That's a deep reference. What album is that album specifically? I'm actually a really big fan of Aesop Rock. I've one album in particular I've listened to a lot. None Shall Pass, I think. Yeah, None Shall Pass I listened to a lot of. But you're talking about something else entirely. Oh, it's the album literally called Float. I don't see that one. Oh, it is here. Interesting. Well, good to know. Now I know. I'll have to check it out. Production was handled by Aesop Rock and Blockhead. I do like Blockhead too. Sweet. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to somewhere else in Morrowind. We'll just, you know, clear cut everything. I do see a person down there. Well, there is kind of a thing to explore here, but I'm curious about this person. Let's go see who it is. Aesop Rock did a song called Coffee featuring John Darnielle, and I enjoy that. You know, Aesop Rock did a collaboration with the person who did a lot of the music for the movie Juno. It's the funniest collaboration. Yeah, Kimia Dawson and Aesop Rock did a crossover album. And it's good. It's actually good. It's just like they're like such different artists. It's like so interesting, actually. Hey friends, how are y'all doing out here? Hi Findulane.
What is this about, Dunmer?
I'm a miner in the Shulk egg mine, but I'm getting some fresh air. Blight disease. Kwama foragers range far from their homes, deep into the ashlands as far as the ghost fence. Foragers caught in blight storms become infected and return and infect the queen and the whole colony. The Kwama forager. The Kwama forager scouts the surface of the land and natural underground passages, searching for suitable locations for new colonies and hunting for prey. Foragers are aggressive but not very dangerous. Okay, little secret. Kwama foragers and warriors won't attack us since they're used to our smell, but they attack intruders, and you smell like an intruder. But don't worry, the queen squirts out foragers and warriors like seeds. If the foragers and warriors bother you, kill them, or run past, or whichever is easier. But do us a favor and don't kill the workers. They won't bother you, and we need them to keep the queen laying and the eggs ripening. Your trade. I am a miner, usually here on Vardenfell. Being a miner means you're an egg miner. Scrib jerky and scrib jelly, Kwama eggs and Kwama cuddle are the basis of our Vardenfell economy. Yes, there are more valuable resources we take from the mines. Raw ebony, raw glass, droy wax, droig, Daedra skin, Daedra heart, diamond, ash salts, and so forth. And that's good work too. But it's the egg miners that feed Morrowind and bring cash from all over the Empire. Scrib jelly. Scribs are little baby Kwama. We shuck the shells, crush the flesh into a jelly. Doesn't taste bad and filling. Takes a while getting used to the texture though. Kwama colonies, also known as egg mines, are inhabited by the following varieties of Kwama. Kwama queen, Kwama warrior, Kwama worker, Kwama forager, and scrib. Scrib. The scrib is a late larval form of the Kwama. Crushed scribs produce a nutritious but sour-tasting gelatin with modest magical properties that the natives eat with gusto. Kwama worker. The Kwama worker digs the colony's tunnels and chambers and tends the queen and the eggs. Workers are unaggressive but not completely helpless. Kwama warrior. The Kwama warrior defends the Kwama colony's tunnels and chambers. Warriors are aggressive and dangerous. Kwama queen. The Kwama queen is the huge, bloated Kwama that produces the nest's eggs. They are too large and fat to move, and all their needs are attended by worker Kwama. You really enjoyed Spirit World Field Guide. That must be a newer album, Hod. I'll have to catch up. Yeah, cats. Yeah, so many cats, honestly. It's like a cat highway in here. I'm a miner in the Shulk egg mine, but I'm just out here taking a break. Hi, Dinok. Blight disease. A diseased Kwama mine is a great hardship for the whole mining community. Blighted eggs are inedible, and miners catch blight diseases. Little advice. If you do the crime, pay the fine. Don't do the time. You might think a little hard labor isn't a bad price to pay, but while you're breaking rocks for the Empire, you lose the edge in your useful skills, and it takes a long time to get back to where you were before. Huh, wow. Okay, cool. Okay, so that must be the mine that we're not supposed to go in. It's kind of just like, go in if you want to go in, or don't go in. I don't care. But let's walk back towards this little hole in the ground. Morrowind runs on eggs. No, it apparently does. Apparently, it's the backbone of their economy. Yeah, it's just eggs all the way down. Well, egg jellies, egg mushes. Yo, Atsuro, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Thank you so much. Yo, get raided! Get raided!
Radio's channel with 3 friends.
Yeah, lovely to have you. How's it going? How was Two Worlds? What kind of a game is Two Worlds? I think I've heard of this before, but it has a pretty, I guess not generic name. Okay, we're gonna let our stamina recover before we go in. This is the part where we sit here and just let the stamina come back. Came out in 2020. Okay, nice, yeah. Let's check it out. Raw glass from a mine. This truly is a fantasy world. Hey, maybe they just don't have glass, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. I respect the grind heavily. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, Atsuro. Yeah, we're here to read all of the books in Morrowind. Off-brand Oblivion is pretty trash, but also fun. Nice. Oh, nice. Enjoy your rest. Thank you so much for the raid again. Okay, so we're in an ancestral tomb. This door is trapped, but we can use our probe and disarm it. Okay, there, we disarmed it. Okay. Right mouse click. Okay. Huzzah! Great. Bones. Dusty, ashy bones. Okay, we have 2 doors. Let's go right. Okay, I should be able to attack these. Whoa, with our sword. I should be able to connect. Yes, okay, yes, because we have a silver sword. There it is. Yeah, get fucked, ghost. Okay, and then we heal ourselves like a boss. We have a shrine of St. Veloth. Yeah, what the hell, we make a blessing. I guess we ask for indwelling. I don't... Fortify Magicka. I guess we get extra Magicka? Cool. Great. You ain't in town, it ain't illegal. True.
What is...
Yeah, thanks for the follow. Wait 3 value 10. We'll take this key, though. Theris chest key. Scroll of Lesser Domination. Hey, Delta, welcome. Get fucked, ghost! Yeah, word. Oops. We take those potions. The Book of Dawn and Dusk, which we have read. Let's double check. Hard to hold down a job when you're incorporeal. You know, I think there's a lot of thought work, you know? There's a lot of thinking, talking, maybe like maybe they could be like a phone worker, you know? They could do... You could have like a ghost, you know, telemarketer company. Wouldn't that be great? They'd call you, they'd be like, ooh, would you like some car insurance? And so on. I can see it. Hey, Nymirthi, welcome. Okay, so we go this way. Quick save in like a boss, you know? Aha! Yo, one shot. Okay, suck it, ghost. Ectoplasm, sick. Pretty short place here. A trapped chest. We're contacting you about your car's extended warranty. Yes, exactly. Just like that. Okay, that's what they would sound like. Ooh. Trap disarmed. Your security skill increased to 23. You should rest and meditate on what you've learned. Okay. Heartstone. There's a ring. Fortify attribute endurance. I'm so bad about like actually using limited use magical items. Somebody whispering at me. The ghosts whisper. I missed some ghost busting. Yeah, we We slayed. I guess at this point we're just gonna take the we're gonna take the weapon we found and just walk back to town and sell it. And I guess we sleep too and get the level. Okay. Seems good. Easy! There's no, like, hidden doors and stuff? Doesn't seem like it. Then they give you your paycheck and it just falls on the floor. No, they direct deposit it, AK. And then, you know, so that way when you get called by other ghost telemarketers, you have some, you know, money to spend on it. Gotta keep the money moving. Looking for group. Do you walk slower with lockpick equipped? That's, I think probably. I haven't tested it, but here, look, like we take these off. You can also like put your hands down. Because like, let's do this, okay. Let's equip our claymore. See, but we actually equip it on our back. This is part of Open Morrowind, actually. The fact that it's like sheathed on our back is pure Open Morrowind. It's awesome. Here we go. Yeah, we should have trained athletics. It would be hard to find substantial employment, yeah. Word on the street was you were playing a better game, and I'm here for it, girl. Yeah, Pepsi-Mon. Wait, are you saying you don't think Mario was a good game? I mean, granted, I agree completely. Morrowind is a fantastic game, but... it's good to see you, Delta. I hope you had a great day. Hope you got up to lots of fun and no good. Yeah, it was hot up here. It was hot in my place of gaming today, so I mostly just let my computer do some encoding. Morrowind is greater than that Mario Die Fest. Oh, wow. It's a bold opinion, Pepsi-Mon. Luckily, it's an accurate opinion. Yeah, well done. I feel like Morrowind is one of the only games where you get experience just by walking around. Like, part of me wants to be like, oh yeah, it's a very common concept, but I'm actually not sure that it is. Pepsi-Mon!
Mandatory.
Wow, Pepsi-Mon, thank you. Mandatory. 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 Yeah, get mandatory. And, wow, Pepsi, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Well, yeah, we love you, Pepsi-Mon, even with your spicy... Morrowind greater than Mario opinions. Tryon Creek, Jimmy Jones, Links, enjoy your gift subs, everybody. Thank you so much, Pepsi-Mon. I really appreciate that. Your subs, your support, you helps the iOS channel happen. It helps us read all of these books.
Is there something I can do for you?
Just walking along. Just making my way here. Hello everyone. Anyone else discovered today that their system has been on so long driver rot set in? Wow, what is driver rot, Katanen? The drivers themselves experienced bit rot and no longer work? I can't even hold all these books. Yeah, every time I leave a used bookstore, for real. God, I'm like a 50-cent cookbook? Fuck yeah, I can take 8 of those. So we rest. It's 7 p.m. I guess let's rest until tomorrow morning. Okay. It's kind of a crap roll here, isn't it? We did not get the ×5s we hit at all. You realize you have ascended to level 3. You realize that you are catching on to the secret of success. It's just a matter of concentration. Do you hear that, everybody? Do you hear that? Morrowind is explaining to you what success is, and it's just a matter of concentration. Yeah, great to see you, Trappy. Welcome, Portal. I don't say hi on Twitch very often. Oh, that's too bad.
Mandatory.
Greek, thank you for the gifts of the Portal. Hey, well, there you go, Portal. You get gifted. Get gifted. Yeah, thank you, Greek, for paying forward the gift sub from Pepsi-Mon. That's what you get for saying hi. Portal, you get gifted. I mean, so I guess we do this, right? Like, I want to take the ×3s here. I'll take willpower. Maximum fatigue, intelligence, magicka. I mean, endurance, though, I could use, I could really use health, and I could really use additional maximum fatigue. This is, endurance right now is our lowest attribute, and we're increasing, I guess we're gonna leave it there, actually. Okay. Okay, we got stronger. Wow, look at us. Level 3. Oh, snap, KQ is here? Yeah. Apparently. Yeah, KQ showing up out of nowhere. Absolute queen. Absolute queen. Yesterday, KQ showed up and was like, I have a vision. I have a vision of victory. And she saw it, and then I lived it. Whoops. That face when I whip out my sword.
Yes, Outlander. What?
Okay. And we're back. And we're headed back off. Truly gifted. Truly. Lucky us. At the end of this, will you pick the top 3 books of Morrowind? Maybe. What are you doing with the books? Are you hoarding them somewhere? No, actually, capital I am selling them because I need to sell the books to fund my terrible, terrible book habit. Oh, shit. I literally, wow, we went down to like 10 FPS there for a second. I literally can't afford all of these books, so I have to like sell books to fund my book habit. Scooby! Yo, welcome, KQ. It's good to see you. Another day. Another scrib. At least now I know they're not violent. Argonians walk like they're trying to hold in a fart. Is that so, Peter Shoes? You don't say. So we have some mushrooms to find, okay? And I'm expecting all of you to keep a very, very close eye on them. Ah, okay, 10 pages back. Luminous Rasula, Violet Coprinus, Bungler's Bane, and Haifa Fascia. Follow the river Odai south of Balmora until I see a wooden bridge. After I pass the bridge, I should look for a way over the hills to the west. Okay, that's the bridge. And then we look for a way over the hills to the west, essentially. And then we look for mushrooms and stuff. And then they gave us very specific hints about where the mushrooms could be found, but I really don't want to walk back and check again. Sell books to buy more books to sell more books. That's pretty much the game. And also we started stealing. Yeah, we started doing crimes to fund our habit. Not that any of you could relate to that. Part of me just wants to like mass harvest. I guess that's probably not a bad idea, right? Like, if we're here... Just because we are hurting for resources. ... Hey, welcome, Christy S. Crime is wrong. Yeah, it is. That's true. But, you know, the game isn't judging us, so... Scooey. So I don't know that I want to go in this scrib mine. Why would I go in this functioning, working scrib mine? You know? Why not just, like, leave well enough alone? We're gonna make so much useful crap with all this heather. Takes up... So now we have, like, 30 pounds of it or whatever. Lining our pockets. 4 pounds. It's funny, this is supposed to be wilderness, but looks like a well-manicured park. It does, doesn't it? I noticed a lot of mods talk about... A lot of mods talk about ground cover that they add. Clears throat and settles in again. Well, lovely, Christy S. Lovely to have you. A worn cavern door to Shulk Egg Mine. And they're essentially like, yeah, go ahead and kill the warriors. 2 heather added to your inventory. That doesn't sound good. I had 2 heathers in my middle school classes. It was exhausting. Wow. Wow, that's violence against peoples named Heather, Katanin. Very rude. Yo, sick. I'm taking their eggs. Give me your eggs. Okay, leave the workers alone. Yeah, eggs. Big eggs. Yeah, Hugh. Okay.
Stupid!
Okay, we call these Quama Foragers stupid. Which, I mean, they are, so... Give egg, yo, hey, Caffin. Y'all wanted some eggs? They were just telling us, you know, eggs make all of Morrowind go around. I'm over encumbered. Okay, so we're gonna do some alchemy here in this cave. This game was groundbreaking for its time and also incredibly frustrating because it could take many minutes between areas through doors and stuff. Oh yeah, to like load the different sections. Yeah, it's like instantaneous now as I'm playing it. I want to keep my diamonds. God, I'm over encumbered. That blows. So we need items that have the same attributes, essentially, in order to use them in alchemy. And wouldn't you know it, a lot of the stuff I've picked up here just does not... Okay, 0. A lot of them just don't overlap with each other at the moment, which is my own fault. But if they do overlap, we can use those ingredients to make a single potion, which is worth more and weighs less. Okay, I guess we're just getting really unlucky with making anything. Restore Magicka? Anything else? Wow, it's literally nothing. Okay, well that freed up a lot of space in our inventory. Love failing at crafting in this game, isn't it great? It's just like in those older MMOs, you know, you would go to craft and you would just fail at it. Whoops. You failed. Better luck next time. Okay, we walked in there and we were gonna go in this door here. Did you know 1 Quama egg equals 4 chicken eggs for cooking? I didn't. I had no idea, Lordy. Is that true? Is that a fact? How fascinating. Did you learn that from your Morrowind cookbook? Or rather, Oblivion cookbook? I'm almost over encumbered again. Well, there are large Quama eggs and small Quama eggs, yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey, welcome, Austin. It's so good to see you. Yeah, Lordy's full of, fun trivia and tidbits about the world of Tamriel and cooking. Oh, well, shit. So, I mean, I've been tossing all of my large Quama eggs at nothing. I don't have anything else that restores fatigue. Hands you each a large Quama egg. Why is it so big? You know, I also didn't sell... I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad at this. I also didn't sell any of the stuff I needed to. How heavy are these Quama eggs? Are they like 2 each? They're literally 2 pounds each. And they're not worth much. They're just really, 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 really heavy, actually. You know what, here. Great. Munch down on some eggs. Heavy and delicious. Yeah, deliciously heavy, you might say. There are large chicken eggs and small chicken eggs too, and an egg is not a perfect measurement. But that's what my Elder Scrolls cookbook said. That's fascinating, Lordy. I love these details. Okay, I guess I leave. I gotta... This is annoying. We need to walk back to Balmora and sell the stuff we forgot to sell. And I'm also out of stamina, so now we're kind of walking. Yeah, but thanks for the Kwama egg, Delta. Whatever I'm gonna do with this. We egging now. Yeah, hell yeah. Just like my favorite streamer, Hamadager. Yeah, exactly. Egg spin. Big egg money. No, what's big money is if we can make potions with it, but I just do not have the necessary stuff. So carry weight is a problem, and honestly, I might sell our crossbow. I think I kind of need to sell the crossbow because I don't have any use for it right now, and we're literally, this is like the third trip back to town. Oops. Q. Yeah, it's like the, you know, it's gonna take a while if we're if we only have like 50 workable inventory space. She's got eggs. She knows how to use them. Hell yeah. You know, I'm proud to say I never did any egging. Hey, Twice Pipes, welcome. Yeah, the music is excellent. The music is a very high point of Morrowind, I must say. Yeah, no egging here. No naughtiness. Oops. Nuh-uh, no naughtiness. Shit, how did I do that? There we go. These eggs aren't for throwing. They're for dinner for my family. Okay, okay. You know, to each their own, artillery. I'm not telling you what to do with your eggs. You don't tell me what to do with my eggs, okay? Keep that shit on the down low. Just like this can of soup. Yes, indeed. What kind of soup? You know what? I'm not afraid to say it. I love soup. It's true. Fucking love soup. I hear Jeremy Soul's music everywhere now. He did a ton of games. Yeah. He must be one of the composers for this. Spy check. Slowly walking 15 miles with full inventory. Yup. Hey, Jati, welcome. You know, we're training our athletics as we do this. Strut hiking. Yep. Making our way back to Balmora. Walking slow. The road is long. And we're Mages Guild bound. Every 2 to 3 years, I get the itch to play this again and spend more time installing graphics and quality of life mods than actually playing. God, the Argonians do walk funny. Yeah, absolutely, Twice Pipes. And I also looked at some of the mod sets available for Open Morrowind. And I decided that just the very basic one was sufficient. And I like mods. I've gone very deep on installing mods in the past, and I was like, we're just gonna do a little bit of modding. But it's been so much fun so far. He's the main guy. Some of the Harry Potter game soundtracks he did are just like Oblivion. Interesting. Yo, Subi, you can't have it all. Hey, welcome, Kaizel.
Yes, Outlander.
Ba-bum. Bum, ba-bum.
Yes, Outlander.
Ba-bum. Amazing, Subi. 12 months. 12 months of having it all. Thank you so much.
Lady, you're eating
You're eating
Subirect
foil.
has been having it all for 12 months. Hi, iios.
And I can't wait for the next 12 months. Subi, I think that it is lovely to see you. Thank you again. I hope your weekend has gone great. And you as well, King Kaizel. I hope your weekend is going well. How do you do today, Mrs. iios God? Yes. Yes, indeed. That's me.
Yes, Dunmer? What do you want?
Okay, so I was kind of on autopilot. I walked back here,
Oh,
I need...
Outlander, did you want something?
I need... No, it's actually you. Okay. Bungler's Bane. Grows on trees and sometimes other things. It looks like the tree has brown shelves. Okay. That's one we need. Hypha fascia. Looks much like Bungler's Bane and grows like a shelf on trees and other things. Okay. Luminous Rusula comes from a short, smelly toadstool, which is brown on top. Okay. Violet Coprinus comes from long-stemmed toadstools, which glow blue at night. Okay. That's our 4 clues.
Sweet. You have my attention.
So we came back to do that, and we came back to sell a bunch of crap, actually. That deserves a Subway $5 footlong. It's more like, you know, with inflation, Pepsi-Mon, it's more like $7 8-incher or something. Subway, $1 an inch. That's their new marketing platform. We invented it. Grows on trees. ...
Hello.
And things. Yeah, it's very
I can help you, but
non-specific. You buy weapons? Yeah, you do. You know, I'm gonna sell our crossbow. As much as it pains me to do it, I'm selling it. And then we sell these. You don't buy Kwama eggs. Okay, that's fine. Offer. Okay, goodbye. Equipping those. Great Ring of Healing. Okay, nice. At least it rotates the ring it assigns. Okay, we gotta sell some more of these alchemy ingredients. I guess let's just go to the pawnbroker. You can shoot things and whoop things with a crossbow. I know, but it's just too heavy, King Kaisel. It's too much. Alliteration greater than inflation. Fuck yeah. That's the spirit. Art always wins. Pepsi-Mon, famously. I'm gonna sell all this heather too. I just don't need it. All this marshmallow. All this salt rice. I just cannot anymore. I just can't. Like, it's good to know it exists out there, but... Okay, we now have about 90 carry space, okay? Did you read my question above? If so, what was your reaction? Ooh, there's a lot of... Okay. If a child refuses to take a nap, aren't they resisting arrest? Okay, now I read it. I did not read it before. That was my reaction.
Ask of me? Many elves might be seen.
I don't know. Just go find it. Yeah, Ham. Yeah, there's like, go figure it out. And we're just figuring it out. Nice. Yep. Nailed it. Sorry. Thanks for playing. No, I mean, it's a good pun. It's a good pun. I guess I didn't immediately appreciate that you had gotten an ad. So I thought you were just like, streamer, read my message. Yeah. You didn't know, is it Soule or something instead of Soul? God, remember 2020 when we all cast our soup at the establishment in solidarity? Was that a thing? Did we boycott Campbell soup? For something or another? Union busting? Was that Kellogg? It's so hard to remember. Total Annihilation was one of the soundtracks you enjoyed listening to as a kid. Nice, Austin. Like the, yeah, the OST. He also did the music for Guild Wars. Interesting. That's not a serious question, by the way, King Kaisel. It's a very non-serious question, okay? Got him. Get bopped. It's fine, Delta, for people to talk about ads. We can leave messages where people talk about ads. In the grand scheme of things. I thought we were throwing soup at our oppressors and refusing to eat cereal. Yes, that's it. I'm on board with that. That was the last memo I got. Thank you, Delta. A certain political figure suggested soup cans being used as a weapon by leftists. Well, can you disprove it? Citation needed. Citation needed. God, we're fucking fast. Look how fast we are. I wonder if Morrowind has a concept of, like, encumbrance level. That's where the whole soup for my family thing comes from. See, I'm so out of touch. Actually out of touch. Alright, we go back in the egg mine. And because, I quote, you can throw soup, but you can't throw a brick. Yeah, it's just facts. Just that political figure throwing down facts. Hard facts. Okay, so before we cross that door to the right, which is a different area, let's continue left. I'm on board with making soup out of our oppressors. Welcome, paleontologizing. Yes, they definitely do. What kind of leftist buys canned soup? All the ones I know are make their own, ... Yeah, it's true. It's true, Katanen. I don't even know enough about leftism to joke about it, like, effectively. I mean, not in the sense of feeling coordinated enough to make jokes about it live on stream. Take all. Cans of soup for my family. I don't really want these llama eggs, but I'm taking them. Bowling for soup? Yeah, bowling for justice. Subi. Encumbrance in Elder Scrolls games gives you PTSD. Yeah, we don't have that much carry weight, really. I guess I'm getting these eggs just for the heck of it, but I might just end up snarfing them down outside. It's not like they're worth much money. Okay, we have another door. Before, ooh, cavern door to Shulk Egg Mine, comma, Queen's Lair. Hi. Come on now. I have you. What? Who are you? What? No. I have permission to be in here.
Stupid! This is the end of you, Swit!
Swit? Wait, what's a swit? What? Oh, god damn it. Thank you. Cast a spell! Okay. You give up? Oh, Danila Valas. Well, I'm sorry, Danila. God. Wow, hey Zafita, welcome. What's the fine for necrophilia in this part of Tamriel? With TBD. TBD. Welcome. Yeah, we're about to find out, I guess. I don't know what that was all about. We had rite of passage here. Danila, okay? He was suggesting the dangerous leftist radicals were using soup to get through police checkpoints because they could say they weren't going to throw it. It's just soup for my family. Oh my god. You know, it's a level of delusion not often seen in polite society. I guess we're just murdering mine workers now. Good thing I have, like, much better armor. I can finally just destroy these fools, these citizens. These law-abiding workers. Swit! Slow- oh, really? You mean slow wit? Fascinating. Okay. Egg Snarf is a great band name. Yes, it is. It's kind of dumb. It says a lot about the warped ideas of reality the man has, yeah. Clearly. iios jamming, murdering. What are you? You're not attacking. You're attacking? But why? Are you a warrior? Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, that was a warrior. Okay. Big bags of soup. You're giving me windmill cancer. Yo, welcome, Dick Feynman. How does combat work in this game? Is it basically a dice roll on whether you hit or not? Hey, welcome, Arya Darkheart. Yeah, good question. So it depends really heavily on your stamina. What's attacking? There. It depends really heavily on your stamina, which is that green bar at the bottom left. So it turns out, and this took me a while to learn, it turns out that if your stamina runs out, whoa, it's the Kwama Queen. Okay, we'll go there in a second. If your stamina runs out, your chance to hit goes down to like 1%. So you better not let it run out. Oh, this place is big. So that goes up. We have another door. That might be circling back. Channel rules mention being Twitch staff, but you're not. But I am. But I am, Zafita. There's not other stuff up here, is there? This kind of just goes up and comes up here. Yeah, it also depends on weapon skill and stuff. So there's a lot of factors, and it's like the person you're attacking can also have attributes that affect it. So, but there is a dice roll component, heavily informed by your skills. So before we go in there, let's go see the queen. Okay, who made the bug angry? She just woke up angry, Artillery. I didn't do anything. The oppressors will take every opportunity to deprive our families of soup. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Where's the little badge? I have to say something in chat. They don't put a badge on, like, the channel page. So there, huh? Yes, iios. Where's the little badge? Can we see your resume, please? W2s? Yeah. Here. At Zafita. You almost got me. You almost got me, Zafita. But then you didn't. Alright, well, we're not gonna mess with the Kwama Queen. That would be absurd. But keep doing your thing, Kwama Queen. You're doing great. Love the place. Why haven't you released your tax returns, iios? I don't need to, okay? I'm above public scrutiny. Hey, welcome, Kim. How's it going? What's up with these gross bug things? We're learning, Kim, that these gross bug things form the basis of the economy in this part of the world. KQ greater than Kwama Queen. Yeah, it's true. I would take 10 Kwama Queens over a single KQ. I found the badge. Yeah, it exists. Does this circle back? Not exactly. Local map. Oh, we do. Oh, nice. I didn't realize there were indoor maps. That's nice. But they're gross, though. Yeah, but that's what people eat. And what they sell and what they eat for breakfast and lunch and dinner. These little things. These little grubs. Eat your grubs, Kim. Do you actually write code or do you type it? Yeah, great question, Subi. I type it, which I would call writing. Yeah, you thought you got me. You can't get me. See, I have the perfect cover story. I mean, the perfect actual story about who I am. Yeah, enjoy your lurk, Kim. Literal bug economy, yeah. Did you beat Kaiser yesterday? Yes, we did. Are you friend? You're chill? You're just gonna talk to us? While you're in our egg mine, please don't harm the workers. They won't bother you, but Kwama foragers and warriors will attack you. Since they don't recognize your smell, avoid them or go ahead and kill them if you have to. Don't worry, the hive can replace them fast enough. Little secret. We miners don't grow the eggs. Of course, we just harvest them. The queen lays the eggs, the workers plant them, tend them, and nourish them, and we harvest them. Doesn't hurt the colony, they grow far more than they need. Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't hurt them at all. Yeah, shocker. Humans don't grow the eggs here that everybody eats and subsists on. If you play an open Morrowind, the map is scrollable. Nice. Yeah, I do play an open Morrowind,
All right.
Zafita.
I'm listening.
I would be, yeah. Most of the time these days, I just review it. Yeah, artillery. Yeah, we cleared, third walls level. We cleared third walls level. Yeah, this is open Morrowind, by the way. Prize in principle. I'm not throwing these keyboards, they're just for my coding family. Yes. Like disease. Ridding, right, you're in an egg mine, Outlander, so be careful. Quama foragers and warriors won't attack miners since they're used to our smell, but they attack intruders, and you smell like an intruder. Ridding a colony of blight. Oh, you only review code artillery. Wow. Yeah, I mean, those who can't teach, you know. Hey, that's mean. I'm sorry, I don't actually believe that, artillery. It's because of your sincere and thorough competency. It sounds like a much harder job. It is actually. Ridding a colony of blight is expensive and dangerous because of the fierce attacks of sick Quama foragers and warriors and the risk of spreading diseases. Damn, these mofos expendable. Yeah, just a dime a dozen apparently, Subi. Reading code all day, every day. I do a line of code every now and then. Oh well, yeah. You know, understanding code is as expensive as reading code. Or I'm sorry, as writing code in its own way. Or often. Enjoy your lurk portal. Little advice. I've never seen a successful adventurer who didn't carry a couple of divine intervention scrolls with them on long expeditions. 2 reasons. Emergency exit. And lets you move a lot more loot than you can carry on foot. And faster goes without saying. Yeah, so if we look at our map in here, I can drag it at least. I can't. So that's nice. That's nice to be able to drag it. Okay, so we have some stairs upstairs, and then we have you two. Hey, what's up, Minor Gore? Nothing?
So, where are you from?
How about you? Nothing. Okay.
You've got my ear, let's hear it.
Okay. Let's go upstairs. Stamp every PR as looks good to me. I like to do MTGL artillery, you know, just to spice things up. There are 10 types of people in this world. Those that understand binary and those that don't. It's a joke as old as, well, probably older than I am. Okay, good. And this circles us back around. Good. Okay. Well, that's everything. We didn't really see that much, but we figured it out. Minor, please. They're merely a bunch of egg pluckers. Yeah. But the egg pluckers union just didn't quite have quite the same ring to it. And those that know, this is a base 3 joke. It's a good thing computer people don't have to be funny professionally. Then we'd all be out of the job. Oh my goodness, I didn't get no notification. Oh, did Graham post in the Going Live channel? Like a good... Holy shit, Graham didn't. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, whoops. I guess I need to emphasize that the chore portion of the post on the Going Live channel redeem emphasizes that there's a chore involved. Wow, sabotage, yeah. You know, half the time, it's fine. It's just a confusing concept for people. They're like, I have to do something? What? Oh shit, iOS is live, VRV, yeah. It's like if the hall monitor left the hallway lawless. Yeah, I know. Hey, I'm very funny, but looks aren't everything. It's true. Like all those people making fun of the Queen's death this week. Like, did they even think about how there won't be any more British people born now that there's no Queen producing the eggs? I didn't think about that either. Paleo. They, So the population drop off. Yeah. Well, you know, how are they going to do it with the new king? Unless they have a way for him to lay eggs. you get a public holiday this week to mourn the queen. I'm gonna blast beers and get sunburnt. She would have wanted it that way. Yeah, she would have. And we look over the hill. And we see a swamp. Okay, great. Okay, so we're gonna head over there in a second. Just want to see what this stuff is over here. Hey from Dracula. No, y'all are great. It's great to see all of you. Welcome. Welcome to Morrowind. So we're Scooby-Dooing our way onward to Hla Oad. It's 7 p.m. I guess we will just keep running around a bit. You're not on Discord, but you should get one from Twitch regardless. You should, Hero. Yeah, I'm not sure why you didn't. Great. Alright, we want these blue/shiny mushrooms, I believe. That's one of the things we want. Hey, Laramie, welcome. You heard the king had seahorse ancestry? This should help. Yeah, they all have some all kinds of exotic DNA up in there. I very much don't understand people making fun of the queen's death. I can understand being indifferent, but I'm truly baffled by people pulling out all stops to be mean. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I think that the queen is, to some people, an impersonal enough figure. Hey, Luke. Oh, what? Okay. Sorry, a rat attacked us just as I picked the Rusula. Okay, and I thought that the mushroom itself was attacking me. There's Violent Coprinus and the Luminous Rusula. Okay, so we need Bungler's Bane and we need the Fascia, which both is on trees. I once lived here in Morrowind for about 3 months, yeah. Did I miss any books or the Kaizo exit? Yes, Hero. So we did play the Kaizo exit. We cleared it quite quickly. We have not read any books, though. Not yet. Something about colonialism in the British Empire. Yes, I think that's a significant... Draggletail. Cool. I think that's a very significant factor. People have a lot of good reasons to mock England and the Queen, yeah. As an American, I would follow our standard tradition of appropriation and follow in your path, yeah. And get wasted. Kate-chan, wasted in solidarity. Okay, so here's some of the stuff we need. Is this Bungler's Bane or is it Typha Fascia? Oh, and Bungler's Bane. Yo, we got all of them. Okay, we got all of the mushrooms we needed. To be honest with you, here's Odai Plateau. I see something over here. I think that's a building. Let's go check this out. Otherwise, we're gonna walk back to Balmora at this point. Cool. That was for KQ. I know, I hate it when I up arrow a comment and it's the wrong comment. It's like someone intercepts my clever up arrow post. Hey, Brittany B, welcome. I'm offended by how many OBEs they give to TERFs. I did not. I guess I haven't. What I did appreciate was, wait, is that essentially like being knighted? What is an OBE first? Hey, okay, we found a place. Is this, hello, Relian?
I must be going, so if you could make it quick.
Hi, friend. You're new here. I'm Relin Rearn. This is Hla Oad. Welcome to the Bitter Coast region. Is there something I can help you with? I think most of the Queen hate is Pomeranian stands dissing a big corgi devotee. Yeah, it's probably something just more petty. Dog subculture war. No, I think it's very... I think it's a very political issue. I think her death is a very political issue. And will be the marker of a lot of changes. Order of the British Empire. Gotcha. Yeah. I feel like they're just giving those out to everybody. How many people get knighted a year? Is it like it's like thousands, I feel like. It's crazy. How many, it's similar to being knighted, but not quite the same. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Bitter Coast region. The Bitter Coast is named for the salt marshes and swamps along the southwest coast. The water is bitter, and so is life generally. It's mostly uninhabited wilderness from Saidanin in the south, all the way north to the west Gash and the Sea of Ghosts. Hla Oad is a fishing settlement on the mainland near the mouth of the Odai River. There's a fair track along the river inland to Balmora. Narmak is a fishing village on an island farther north, but both places are small, isolated, and poor. Dwemer artifacts. I don't trust you enough to talk to you about that, okay? Hla Oad. This is just a little fishing village on the Bitter Coast. A rough track along the river Odai connects Hla Oad with the town of Balmora across the hills to the northeast. And you can get a ship to Narmak or Ebonheart. Otherwise, it's a very long and unpleasant walk along the coast south to Saidanin, or a much longer and more unpleasant walk north to nowhere. Latest rumors. It was inevitable. The local crime organization, the Kamanatong, wasn't going to stand by and let the Thieves Guild set up shop in their territory. It'll be bloody, and the Thieves Guild doesn't stand a chance. I think that as an extraordinarily famous person, Austin, people, I think, feel a sense of, I guess, violent entitlement to, you know, thinking whatever the fuck they want to think. Yeah. Yes, and I think it's kind of, many people have very strong opinions about these things, Austin. I think that's part of, and I think the more you start to peel that back, the more you discover that does not look so, you know, does not look, is not fantastic, right? Yeah. Powerful people are corrupt. Little advice. There's a lot of wildlife in the Bitter Coast swamps. There's a market for elite and Kaguti hide, and some folks swear rat meat is the sweetest meat in Morrowind. Services. A few folks in town offer services, but they're either independents like Perry and Aurelai, the pawnbroker, and Pagliacino, or they're Kamanatong, and only offer services to their own people. Someone in particular. The Red Guard Trasteve is owner and publican of Fat Legs Drop-Off, the only trade house, and Beleni Salavel can get you out of here by ship to Ebonheart or Narmak. Other than that, nobody important here. By the way, this is Kamanatong country. There are some Kamanatong people around, and they don't like Fat Lip or Thieves Guild folks. Yep. You know, it's a little, when you say it like that, Artillery, it sounds a little flippant, you know, to summarize. Anyway, why don't we talk about something different? Fat Legs Drop-Off is the only trade house in the village. That's where everyone hangs out. See a couple shacks and a ship or two, and you've all seen all of Hla Oad. Beleni Salavel at the docks offers passage to Narmak, Vivek, and Ebonheart. I think it's just too sensitive of a topic for us to engage in over chat. It's just too sensitive. And everybody is entitled to their feelings, you know. I refuse to believe the standard rat is tastier than all of the exotic creatures in Morrowind. Really sweeter than the egg flesh, the egg jelly. Okay, so
Yes,
we could
madame.
like
What
give
is
some
it?
people money and maybe they could tell us about the Dwemer artifacts a bit. Hi, Pagliacino. Well, Outlander, now that you've ended up in Hla Oad, you look like an adventurer, exploring the Bitter Coast region. Not that it's any of my business. Is there any specific place you're hunting for? Any little secrets you'd like to share with me? Thank you so much, Paleo, for that lovely video. I see I dodged some kind of discussion while I was in the kitchen heating up soup. Yeah, likely story. 3 fast, 3 furious. We're a little bit past that, Paleo. Yeah, let me, Paleo, guess for me what the most recent Fast and the Furious movie was. What number? The Blades. The Blades are the Emperor's spies. They're everywhere, but no one knows who they are. Seems like someone is always confused about what's going on. Yeah. I'm not sure what's so confusing, in truth. Dwemer artifacts. Concerning this, I can only speak to a friend. Join the Imperial cult. Speak with Yigfa at Fort Pelagiad, Siloria Ceruleus, at Fort Buckmouth, Somutis Vunus at Fort Moonmoth, Rucha Konishan at the Grand Council Chambers in Ebonheart, or Lalasha Varian in the Imperial Chapels at Ebonheart. And here's my copy of For My Gods and Emperor. It's a handbook for members of the Imperial cult. Keep it, read it. It may help you decide whether you should join the Imperial cult. For My Gods and Emperor has been added to your inventory. Okay, great. We'll read that. Join the Imperial cult. Okay. Lay member. We accept all citizens of good character and earnest faith. We ask only a one-time pledge of 50 drakes to aid us in our good works. To become a lay member of the Imperial cult, speak with... same people. Okay. Little secret. Remember, there's always a welcome for you in the Imperial cult. If you're having a hard time here in Morrowind, come home to the Imperial cult shrine. We'll find a use for you and help you feel good while doing good. It's called passive-aggressive commentary. I'm doing it right now, except on the chatters instead of the streamer. Yeah. Great. Well, don't passive-aggressively comment anyone. Maybe. Morag Tong. The Morag Tong only accepts legally improved contracts called writs. Morrowind lore. The blight is a sickness you get from being outside during ash storms. The sickness comes from Red Mountain. It makes normal creatures into terrible monsters. Necromancy. In the Empire, mages may legally purchase corpses and souls for philosophical research, and may do with them as they wish in private. Yeah, and that's not a bad guess there, Paleo, but it's also not quite right. Yeah, we're at Fast X. Delta was nice to the streamer only. I think that counts, Balrog. We count that. Okay? We count that. Yeah, there you go. Requirements. Our favorite attributes are personality and willpower. Our favorite skills are speechcraft, unarmored, restoration, mysticism, conjuration, enchant, and blunt weapon. To advance a rank, you must have at least one skill, your highest of our favorite skills, at the required primary skill level for the new rank, and at least 2 skills at the required favored skill level for the new rank. Okay. Training? Okay.
What's this about?
Ochre. Okay. Hey, Ochre.
Yes. No,
Okay, we have to read our book, though. No, I mean, honestly, if you're leaving messages, that are like, what just happened? Don't. If it's not serious, if you don't actually understand the content of the stream, then sure, be like, what was that? But like, if you do, then don't pretend that you don't. Because it's confusing for me that I'm like, did I misunderstand? And if I hate anything, it's being confused, chat. For My Gods and Emperor is our book. Brings us up to 91. There's a new Fast and Furious movie every couple days in Portland, starring a bunch of inconsiderate, dangerous dipshits. Yeah, lucky you. Don't be a chat. What just happened, man? Yeah. No, it's chill. It's chill, but I have people who are like, will watch a video on YouTube and people will be like, what is this? Be like, it's a video on YouTube. So I would bucket, what is this? Or what just happened? But like, anyway. I'm being sensitive. For My Gods and Emperor, a handbook for the Imperial cult. What is the Imperial cult? The missionary arm of the great faiths. The Imperial cult brings divine inspiration and consolation to the Empire's remote provinces. The cults combine the worship of the 9 divines, the Aedra, Akatosh, Dibella, Arche, Zenithar, Mara, Stendar, Kinnereth, and Julianos. And the Talos cult, veneration of the divine god hero Tiber Septim, founder and patron of the Empire. You think there's a prequel called like Furious set in World War II and Brad Pitt drives a tank? It was good. Yeah, Shia LaBeouf is in it. I only come here to recommend videos. Yeah, very confusing videos that confuse all of the not so bright chatters. Is this a video on YouTube? It will be, RB. It will be. It will be. Vin Diesel punches the meteor. He punches it right back into space. Yeah, goddamn, yeah. It's like it's in that movie Triple X. You know, I asked my grandma if I could rent the movie Triple X, and she said no as a child. And then she talked to my father. Yeah. Imperial cult priests provide worship and services for all these gods and imperial shrines in the settlements throughout Vardenfell. What is the virtuous life? Our doctrines are simple. We acknowledge the divinity of the 9 divines, Akatosh, Dibella, Arche, Zenithar, Mara, Stendar, Kinnereth, Julianos, and Tiber Septim. We preach the 9 virtues: humility, inspiration, piety, work, compassion, justice, ambition, learning, and civility. Our emperor is the defender of the faith, and the empire is the worldly working of the divine plan. We pledge aid and comfort to all citizens in need and serve the emperor and empire at his will. The imperial cults look to the 9 divines as models for living a good and virtuous life. Each of the 9 represents different aspects of life and how it should be lived. But the simplest statement of our doctrines is help and protect one another. The stronger one is, the wealthier one is, the more one bears responsibility for helping and protecting others. One's first duty, of course, is to one's fellow members of the imperial cult, but after that, one should help and protect any needy persons. We also say, do not harm one another. It is forbidden to attack another person of the imperial cult, and of course, forbidden to kill another member. It is forbidden to steal from another member, whether by open theft or by covert pickpocketing. It is forbidden to trespass upon the private property of another member. Break any one of these rules and be expelled from the cult. Does anyone know why they stopped making games with this much lore included in the books? Yeah, that's a good question, Keishan, and I want to expand on it in 1 second. Well, I guess, okay, so I feel like, Keishan, I feel like it's like, partially it's like the industry changing. Like, I think partially... I don't know what games the studio made before this, and I think you would really have to delve into, like, the making of Morrowind. Some people were paid to do this. And the truth is that people don't... The reason why they stopped making games with this much lore included within books is because they don't pay people to do them anymore. Because I guess they decided it wasn't worth it. And that's why. I think game creators decided this much text is not worth it, and I don't blame them. It's like not incorporated enough. Writing content takes time that could be spent making pretty graphics, yeah. Elder Scrolls games often just have most of the same books as previous games. Well, that helps too. Yeah, they don't pay the writers royalties, certainly not. General industry wisdom now is that world building should be as connected as possible to the main gameplay loop. Yeah, and see, this is it's pretty disconnected from the main gameplay loop. I thought the one with the meteor was 7. That was the one where Vin Diesel played the mercenary turned eco-terrorist, right? Yeah, it was like, you know, it was like the fern and the gully, yes, or, you know, damn it, something like that. Wait, is that the wrong franchise? Yeah, I didn't know that they kept making Fern Gully sequels, RB. God, I did love the movie Fern Gully as a kid. Didn't they just take years to produce each new Elder Scrolls game? They're still writing stuff, yeah, but I think it is mostly, like, there's not perhaps as much and as a depth of content in the new games as you might see here. And understandably, like I don't know that this level of dedication was a good value for money and time. Maybe it was, I don't know. Books were also an artifact of not having the technology to make full motion video and conversation trees to lay out all the exposition. Yeah, and so like these works are like narrowly positioned in an intersection of so many influences. That live action Captain Planet movie starring Vin Diesel as Captain Planet was awesome. Yeah, I fucking killed it. I never knew Vin Diesel would cry so hard. You know? Must have taken forever to put that metallic body paint on him, yeah. God, you know, Vin Diesel, he's like so... You know, he's like a young, Nick Cage, truly. I guess Fern Gully almost fits that bill as well, yeah. I honestly think these books are a very poor proposition. I don't mean to disparage the enjoyment of this sort of content, but I think it's fair to say a small portion of players engaged with the books. Yes, exactly. you can't retro these books and the work they put into them and be like, yes, this was a good use of money. It was not. And I say that as a person spending. There are dozens of us. There are dozens of us who will read these books. There's the underlying idea behind the current design meta. Yeah, money spent for total hours of enjoyment. Yeah. That being said, it makes it that much more special. It's like finding a hidden treasure, you know, buried beneath the game. Yo, Pepsi1, thank you for the gift subs again. Have a good rest of your evening. Can't wait to see you again. Yeah, we're gonna find him. One book at a time. How can I join the Imperial Cult? The Imperial Cult accepts all citizens of good character and earnest faith. We ask only for a one-time pledge of 50 drakes to aid us in our good works. Thereafter, the only cost of membership comes when you use our health, healing, and blessing shrines. Modest fees which help us spread the blessings of the Nine to those less fortunate than ourselves. Those who wish to join the Imperial Cult will find a warm welcome from our cult greeters. Yigva at Fort Pelagiad, Siloria Ceruleolus at Buckmouth Legion Fort, Somutus Vunus at Moonmoth Legion Fort, Rucha Conetian in the Ground Council Chambers in Ebonheart, or Lalasha Varian in the Imperial Chapels at Ebonheart. What are the requirements for advancement in the Imperial Cult? Seekers who wish to advance in the service of the Nine must dedicate time and resources to serving the cult, and must strive for personal improvement in their attributes and skills. Only the most distinguished are worthy of advancement to the higher ranks in the Imperial cults. To serve and glorify the Nine Divines, the faithful must cultivate a noble personality and a strong will. Respect the magical arts, especially the colleges of restoration, mysticism, and conjuration. Those who swear to avoid bloodshed, to take the field unarmored, to fight only with blunt weapons, are especially praiseworthy. Knowledge of enchantments and the gift of diplomatic speech are other qualities we value in our initiates. Back when I was young, these kinds of fantasy games were nothing but text. Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of a trip, isn't it? It's kind of funny that we're like, oh, yeah, the text is a value. You want to have your immersive 3D game world. I hope your night is going great, Snowy. It's good to see you. Elder Scrolls 6 in 2025, we'll see. Whatever, I guess. If you want a really good story, there are stories written for actual books. Yeah. I feel like most game stories are not written to be good. They're written to be like, I don't know, kind of like utilitarian. Guessing that back when these games were made, the people in charge were a bunch of nerds. That's also kind of true, Blarg. It's more like of a business thing today. You get a ton of this sort of world building in games that are story driven and long running, yeah. There's still like 5 that make money, yeah. Muds were cool and very niche and ridiculous. You feel left out, Kate-chan? Yeah. There are certainly indies that go to this level of depth, but it's not like a big budget RPG game like this. This was kind of a rarity. But like games like Disco Elysium and etc., I think demonstrate some of this level of attention to detail. Also, the Refridge Bear in the Cursed Commercial area is a welcome surprise. Yeah, the nature of winner takes all when it comes to AAA games mean that increasingly studios have to make financially focused decisions. Yes. Yeah. So things get optimized out, you know, so the writing and the books got optimized out. Imperial Cult Services. You can find Imperial Cult Services in Buckmouth Legion Fort, Moonmouth Legion Fort, Pelagia Legion Fort, Nisus Legion Fort, Wolverine Hall and Streath Marah, Vivek Foreign Quarter, and Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. See training at Wolverine Hall, Buckmouth Fort, Moonmouth Fort, Ebonheart, Imperial Chapels, Governor's Hall in Caldera, and Ald Valathi Outpost. Many Imperial Cult locations have healing altars. You may pray at Imperial Cult healing altars and receive blessings which cure common and blight diseases, cure poisons, and restore damaged attributes. Non-members pay 25 drakes. Newer members pay 10 drakes, while higher-ranking members receive blessings free. Healing altars are found in Vivek Foreign Quarter, Wolverine Hall and Streath Marah, Buckmouth Legion Fort, Moonmouth Legion Fort, Pelagiad Legion Fort, Nisus Legion Fort, and Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. Yeah, there's some old school Unix geeks who, yeah, there's lots of mods run, and people play them all the time. Yeah, indie projects have more leeway to choose to focus on this kind of a thing. All traces of anything resembling a mud have been wiped from existence. They still exist. There are no muds anymore anywhere? No, there are some. I mean, there might be remakes, but they do exist. Opportunities for service. Lay healers gather ingredients for health and healing potions. And or I guess let me put it this way, Delta. What do you mean when you say all traces of anything resembling a mud have been wiped from existence? iios were pretending. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Tis a joke. Yeah. Got him. Lay healers gather ingredients for health and healing potions and minister to the sick and hurt in poor and isolated communities. It is difficult and sometimes dangerous work, but the spiritual rewards are great. Lay healers need only the skills of the prudent traveler, being often on the road and in the wilderness, gathering herbs and potion components. They should avoid trouble where possible, and so need not be masters of the arts of war. Those interested should speak to Sinolian Tunifus at the Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. Almoners gather alms from members and friends of the faith. We depend on donations to fund most of our good works. Almoners who are successful at bringing in generous donations may rise in the ranks of Imperial cult service. Almoners must travel in town and village and should be skilled in persuasion and mercantile matters. Also, almoners with personal wealth are in a position to better serve the cult. Those interested should speak to iios Troubadour at the Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. Most of the recent COD games have gotten repetitive. Well, no shit. They're the most formulaic things. They're almost the definition of a AAA game. Yeah. You were an IM before you were staff? Yeah, Morrowind is not, I would not say it's an indie game. No, this is like a, yeah, it's like an A game perhaps or something. That's a lot of butts. Butt of the more butt games. Yeah. Yep. A shrine sergeant helps keep order. Hey, welcome, movie. At the shrines, carries messages and packages, and sometimes escorts priests and lay servants on dangerous missions. This occasional service is ideal for bold, free-spirited adventurers. Shrine sergeants are called upon to serve the Nine with weapon, armor, and spell. New shrine sergeants are given the easiest tasks, but later, missions may demand higher levels of combat proficiency. Those interested should speak to Kay at the Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. Oracle's quests are the most demanding of all Imperial cult missions. Only members of the higher ranks are invited to assist the Oracle, and the challenges require the skill and courage found only in heroes of legend. How do the Imperial cults view the other factions of Vardenfell? The Imperial cults have a very close relationship with the Imperial legions, and a friendly and supportive relationship with the Imperial guilds, especially the fighters and mages guilds. We also have a friendly and supportive relationship with House Hla Oad, which strongly supports the Emperor and Imperial principles. Though we cannot condone the actions of the Thieves Guild, we praise their faithful dedication to the Emperor and to Imperial culture. The Imperial cults have the greatest respect for the high moral principles of House Redoran and the Morag Tong, and honors their different but noble conceptions of divine inspiration. We disapprove of the primitive heathen beliefs of the Ashlanders and of the impious and inhumane practices of the Telvanni. The Imperial cult especially disapproves of the practice of slavery and looks forward to the day when slavery is illegal in all Imperial provinces. The Imperial cult also disapproves of the lawless and greedy Kamana Tong and their ruthless exploitation of the poor and weak. Historically, our relationship with the Tribunal Temple is difficult and unfriendly. Though the Imperial cults acknowledges the lords and saints of the Tribunal Pantheon as worthy inspirations, the Temple falsely insists that theirs is the one true faith, and that the Imperial cults worship false gods. Cool. What's a mud? It's a massive user dungeon, I think? Multi-user dungeon, yeah. Lore-heavy games are like choose-your-own-adventure books. They are, kind of, aren't they? Hey, Okur, welcome. Im is immortal, running world building or story elements of muds. Oh, interesting, artillery. Fascinating. Well, there you go. There are 337 books in Skyrim, so did they add about 80 books since Morrowind? To be honest, that count is not specific, Euro, and that's why I have that question mark after the 250 number. I don't actually know how many there are. Okay, nothing on you.
Let's hear it.
Okay. So is this actually Hla Oad? I guess we wandered into Hla Oad. I didn't actually mean to, but we found it. Hi.
Speak up.
Rondar Highlander. Welcome to Hla Oad, stranger, garden spot of the Bitter Coast region. You're lost, right? Because no one comes here on purpose. Are you looking for services? Not much here. Do you mind sharing the latest rumors? We don't get much out here. You were thinking the other day how much the experience of Sunless Sea evokes a feeling similar to Choose Your Own Adventure books. There are so many choices, too, in the quests, that I think, yeah, it especially hits on that feeling. You were an M too, Delta? Interesting. Possess mobs and make them do interesting things. Fun. Muds were the most toxic, really? Assassin's Creed was never really about gameplay. Little advice. Mind your own business is my advice to visitors. Don't get nosy. Oh, awesome, Avatar. I'm glad to hear that that you are checking it out. That's great. Huge fan of Cosmo D. Just very unusual stuff. Exciting. Don't get nosy or some people may take strong objection. If you think you're hot stuff and you want to throw your weight around, go ahead, but I warned you. Okay. Okay, no one wants to tell us about Dwemer artifacts yet. Okay, A Dance in Fire, Volume 1. Oh. What have we found? We found a book. It's a book. It's a book. It's a book. It's a book. Okay. You have gained knowledge from this book. Your acrobatic skill increased to 42. That makes more sense, Delta. Oh, because they were so toxic? A Dance in Fire, Chapter 1, by Walgeen Jarth. Scene, the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Date, 7, Frostfall, 3rd Era 397. It seemed as if the palace had always housed the Atreus Building Commission, the company of clerks and estate agents who authored and notarized nearly every construction of any note in the Empire. It had stood for 250 years, since the reign of the Emperor Magnus, a plain-fronted and austere hall on a minor but respectable plaza in the Imperial City. Energetic and ambitious middle-class lads and ladies worked there, as well as complacent middle-aged ones like Decumus Scotti. No one could imagine a world without the Commission, least of all Scotti. To be accurate, he could not imagine a world without himself in the Commission. Lord Atreus is perfectly aware of your contributions, said the managing clerk, closing the shutter that demarcated Scotty's office behind him. But you know that things have been difficult.
Lord Atreus is perfectly aware of your contributions, said the managing clerk, closing the shutter that demarcated Scotty's office behind him. But you know that things have been difficult. Yes, said Scotty, stiffly. Lord Vanex's men have been giving us a lot of competition lately, and we must be more efficient if we are to survive. Unfortunately, that means releasing some of our historically best but presently underachieving senior clerks.
Senior clerks. I understand. Can't be helped. I'm glad that you understand, smiled the managing clerk, smiling thinly and withdrawing. Please have your room cleared immediately. Scotty began the task of organizing all his work to pass on to his successor. It would probably be young Imbralius, who would take most of it on, which was as it should be, he considered philosophically. The lad knew how to find the business. Scotty wondered idly what the fellow would do with the contracts for the new statue of Saint Alessia.
I eat success.
Yeah, fuck yeah, Swift. Yeah, eat it.
Success for breakfast.
Eat all that success up.
iios way.
Like this guy. When you go and you eat success, Swift, I want you to do it. You look like this, okay? This is how you do it. All right? Swift, thank you so much for the 26 months. You eat success like this person. Yeah, eat it all up. Eat it up, Swift. Yeah. Collie, that guy's your mayor. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's like the... Yeah, it's the mayor of Colleyville. That poor wife, yeah. Yeah, she's used to it, you can tell. These are gonna be the nicest dogs ever, right? Yeah. Maybe next time. MUDs originated virtual currency for one thing and are built on the hard work of volunteers without giving them much credit. Yeah, that seems really kind of like a bad dynamic. Like the vast majority of the private sector relies on software made and often maintained by volunteers, yeah. Wife is used to that. He does it all the time. You should see that duty
I'm tired
pussy.
of this, Grandpa.
Well, that's too damn bad. Yo, hey, Jenka Forever, welcome. I think she's actually enjoying it. You can see the little smile on her face. Yeah, yeah, she's in on the joke. Okay. I'm glad that you understand, smiled the managing clerk, smiling thinly and withdrawing. Please have your room cleared immediately. Scotty began the task of organizing all his work to pass on to his successor. It would probably be young Imbralius who would take most of it on, which was as it should be, he considered philosophically. The lad knew how to find business. Scotty wondered idly what the fellow would do with the contracts for the new statue of Saint Alessia, which the Temple of the One had applied. For which. Probably invent a clerical error, blame it on his old predecessor, Decimus Scotty, and require an additional cost to rectify. I have correspondence for Decimus Scotty of the Atrius Building Commission. Same, Yarrow. I had the same experience, and so I can only guess. Scotty looked up. A fat-faced courier had entered his office and was thrusting forth a sealed scroll. He handed the boy a gold piece and opened it up. By the poor penmanship, atrocious spelling and grammar, and overall unprofessional tone, it was manifestly evident who the writer was. Leode's Juris, a fellow clerk some years before, who had left the commission after being accused of unethical business practices. Dear Scotty, I imagine you always wonder what happened to me, and the last place you would have expected to find me is out in the woods. But that's exactly where I am. Ha ha. If you're smart and want to make a lot of extra gold for Lord Atrius and yourself, ha ha, you'll come down to Vollenwood too. If you haven't, or have been following the politics here lately, you may or may not know that there's been a war between the Boschmer and their neighbors, elsewhere over the past 2 years. Things have only just calmed down, and there's a lot that needs to be rebuilt. Now, I've got more business than I can handle, but I need someone with some clout, someone representing a respected agency to get the quill in the ink. That someone is you, my friend. Come and meet me at the Muther Pasco's Tavern in Fallenesti, Vollenwood. I'll be here 2 weeks, and you won't be sorry. Juris. P.S. Bring a wagon load of timber if you can. See, and that was what I did too, Avatar, but the listings don't list every individual book, right? So like the 36 Lessons of Vivek have 36 entries, but the websites tend not to list the individual like entries in the series. I'm an Excel noob. That was how I got my list put together at first, actually, was importing it into Excel. What do you have there, Scotty? Asked a voice. Scotty started. It was Imbralius, his damnably handsome face peeking through the shutters, smiling in that way that melted the hearts of the stingiest of patrons and the roughest of stonemasons. Scotty shoved the letter in his jacket pocket. What kind of soup was it, by the way, Delta, that you made? You know, if you actually did eat soup, you know, then name the soup. Name a soup. Personal correspondence, he sniffed. I'll be cleared up here in just a moment. I don't want to hurry you, said Imbralius, grabbing a few sheets of blank contracts from Scotty's desk. You did? You did mention, really? Did I miss it? My bad. You found an exhaustive number list, but it includes spells, scrolls, and notes. Campbell's Chunky Classic Chicken Noodle. Nice, delicious. Oh, you're a fan of soup? Name the soup you made then. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I love soup. I love minestrone soup. It's one of my favorite soups. I sound like such a nerd. Then lock me up. Yeah.
But if there isn't,
The show must go onward.
Dusty underscore cornbread just made the iios show go onward.
Love a good minestrone. Name every soup then. You like soup? Name every soup. Delta, did you do concentrate or standard Campbell's? Yeah, I do like standard, like Progresso actually. Minestrone, I think is what I get. I like how most people have names like Tiberius Septim in this game, and then there's this guy just named Scott. Well, it has a little I at the end, twice pipes, you know, so it's still a little whimsical. No, honestly, the whoever the short elves are, I think maybe the wood elves, I don't know. The short elves have, with just one name, have the like least crazy names, to be honest. I don't want to hurry you, said Imbralius, grabbing a few sheets of blank contracts from Scotty's desk. I've just gone through a stack, and the junior scribe's hands are all cramping up, so I thought you wouldn't miss a few. The lad vanished. Scotty retrieved the letter and read it again. He thought about his life, something he rarely did. It seemed a sea of gray with a black, insurmountable wall looming. There was only one narrow passage he could see in that wall. Quickly, before he had a moment to reconsider it, he grabbed a dozen of the blank contracts with the shimmering gold leaf, Atrius building, commissioned by appointment of his Imperial Majesty, and hid them in the satchel with his personal effects. They're the short elves, or Shormer. Okay, that makes sense, Skulkin, yeah. Yeah, the Shormer, they have names like, you know, Bob and Joe and, you know, and other names that are not so Western. If you were paying attention, I said chunky classic chicken noodle, which is a very specific kind of Campbell's soup avatar. Check your notes before wasting my time, please. God, yeah. I took the privilege of, you know, adding a little more zhuzh on that chat message. The next day, he began his adventure with a giddy lack of hesitation. He arranged for a seat in a caravan bound for Valenwood, the single escorted conveyance to the southeast, leaving the Imperial City that week. He had scarcely hours to pack, but he remembered to purchase a wagon load of timber. It will be extra gold to pay for a horse to pull that, frowned the convoy head. So I anticipated, smiled Scotty with his best and broadest grin. Oh, and also, hey, Sev, welcome, sorry. Welcome, Sev, it's good to see you. How's it going? Does Scotty know? I don't think Scotty knows. Not yet. Scotty lacks critical information. The short elves in the trees are just, it's the Keebler elves. I wonder how deep the Keebler elf lore goes. If I can come clean, I knew what soup you had, but I wanted a way to get us chatting. Oh, see, you know, you took Delta, you took avatars, you took movies olive branch, and you split it over your knee, and you threw it over, you know, over your shoulder. Like a boss. 10 wagons in all set off that afternoon through the familiar Cyrodiilic countryside, past fields of wildflowers, gently rolling woodlands, friendly hamlets. The clop of the horses' hooves against the sound stone road reminded Scotty that the Atrius Building Commission constructed it. 5 of the 18 necessary contracts for its completion were drafted by his own hand. Very smart of you to bring that wood along, said a gray-whiskered Breton man next to him on his wagon. You must be in commerce. Of a sort, said Scotty, in a way he hoped was mysterious, before introducing himself. Decumus, Scotty. Griff Malan, said the man. I'm a poet, actually a translator of old Bosmer literature. I was researching some newly discovered tracks of the Noriad play bar 2 years ago, when the war broke out, and I had to leave. You are no doubt familiar with the Noriad if you're aware of the Green Pact. Scotty thought the man might be speaking gibberish, but he nodded his head. The iios, are the mods fighting? Wow, wow. So many timeouts flying. Flying left and right these days. Naturally, I don't pretend that the Noriad is as renowned as the May Ladian, or as ancient as the Dancier Goal, but I think it has a remarkable significance to understanding the nature of the Merolithic Bosmer mind, the origin of the wood elf aversion to cutting their own wood, or eating any plant material at all, yet paradoxically their willingness to import plant stuff from other cultures, I feel can be linked to a passage in the Noriad. Malin shuffled through some of his papers, searching for the appropriate text. Collie, say something else so Austin can bop you too. Yeah, everybody gets a turn. To Scotty's vast relief, the carriage soon stopped to camp for the night. They were high on a bluff over a gray stream, and before them was the great valley of Valenwood. Only the cry of seabirds declared the presence of the ocean to the bay to the west. Here the timber was so tall and wide, twisting around itself like an impossible knot begun aeons ago to be impenetrable. A few more modest trees, only 50 feet to the lowest branches, stood on the cliff at the edge of camp. The sight was so alien to Scotty, and he found himself so anxious about the proposition of entering the wilderness that he could not imagine sleeping. I believe minstrels have written songs of the Scotty, who knows not. Yeah, indeed. We kind of have spoilers, Sev, about Scotty, because we've already read the 3rd entry of this story. I'm not sure if there are 4 books in this series or 5, but we've now read the 1st one and the 3rd one. So we don't know. Fortunately, Malin had supposed he had found another academic with a passion for the riddles of ancient cultures. Long into the night, he recited Bosmer verse in the original and in his own translation, oh God, sobbing and bellowing and whispering wherever appropriate. Gradually, Scotty began to feel drowsy, but a sudden crack of wood snapping made him sit up straight. What was that? Malin smiled. I like it too. Convocation in the malignity of the moonless speculum, a dance of fire. There are some enormous birds up in the trees moving around, whispered Scotty, pointing the direction of the dark shapes. Above. I wouldn't worry about that, said Malin, irritated with his audience. Now listen to how the poet characterizes Irma Mora's invocation in the 18th stanza of the 4th book. Austin has too much dignity and sense of duty to do such a thing. Yeah, Austin only swings. When Austin swings, it's only the guilty who are on the receiving end. Yeah. Yeah, exactly what Austin said. The moonless what? That's just a translation error, I'm sure, you know? Hey, Electric G-Funk, welcome. Yeah, congrats on the gift sub. Enjoy the frog emotes. It's great to have you. The dark shapes in the trees, where some of them perched like birds, others slithered like snakes, and still others stood up straight like men. As Malin recited his verse, Scotty watched the figures softly leap from branch to branch, half gliding across impossible distances. Aww, thank you, Electric G-Funk. Mandatory gift subscription to Brittany B, no less. Excellent aim. Thank you so much, Electric Funk. That's never necessary, but always super appreciated. As Malin recited his verse, Scotty watched the figures softly leap from branch to branch, half gliding across impossible distances for anything without wings. They gathered in groups and then reorganized until they had spread to every tree around the camp. Suddenly, they plummeted from the heights. Oh, how creepy. Yeah, excellent aim. I would love to see Brittany be in here. All of a sudden, I remembered that book about the intense tantric blocking session the other day. It was. Their souls connected. And also some other stuff connected, Kali. Yeah, it was pretty, a full mood. You know, I don't think we've seen this, but I added an alert that reminds me of. Do you have your crystals out, KQ? Are they gonna get charged under the moon? So I added this alert, this silly ass alert. Where is it? This one.
It's almost a full moon.
I just wish we could see Jenna actually say it, but it's
almost a full moon.
That's all. that's what that reminds me of KQ. Oh, is KQ a crystal queen? Yeah, crystal queen from way back. Mara, cried Scotty. They're falling like rain. Probably seed pods, Malin shrugged. Yo, hey, White Moth, welcome. It's good to see you. Yeah, books. Not turning around, some of the trees have remarkable. The camp erupted into chaos. Fires burst out in the wagons. The horses wailed from mortal blows. Casks of wine, fresh water and liquor gushed their contents to the ground. A nimble shadow dashed past Scotty and Malone, gathering sacks of grain and gold with impossible agility and grace. Scotty had only one glance at it, lit up by a sudden nearby burst of flame. It was a sleek creature with pointed ears, wide yellow eyes, mottled pied fur, and a tail like a whip. Werewolf, he whispered, shrinking back. Cathay rot, groaned Malone. Much worse. Khajiit cousins or some such thing, come to plunder. Are you sure? As quickly as they struck, the creatures retreated, diving off the bluff before the battle mage and knight. The caravan's escorts had fully opened their eyes. Malone and Scotty ran to the precipice and saw 100 feet below the tiny figures dash out of the water, shake themselves, and disappear into the wood. Werewolves aren't acrobats like that, said Malone. They were definitely Cathay rot. Bastard thieves. Thanks Stendar, they didn't realize the value of my notebooks. It wasn't a complete loss. Cool. Getting some reading done. Any advice? You may have heard people refer to the Bitter Coast as the Smuggler's Coast. There's a region for that. A lot of islands and coastline, with plenty of caves and hidey holes, and few people around. Perfect for men with boats who want to keep their business private. I'm just trying to understand what is up with this person's face. From this angle, it just looks very strange. Like there's like face paint on him. Is this a beard? Yes, okay. I couldn't understand for a second what was going on there. Okay. The flowers don't have magic powers? Well, KK, what's the flower? What are some of the flowers you're into lately? You know any really good flowers, KQ? Charwitch Koninga, Volume 2, Casey. Oh, that kind of flower, KQ. Right, of course. Oh, they've got some magic powers, let me tell you. Well, iios, I can tell you you're in Hla Oad, and if you take a little advice, you won't be here long. Folks aren't very friendly here. What is this emote, Delta? This clown leaving? It's a Queen of Pockets emote? It's fantastic. Does Queen of Pockets do clowning? Yo, hey, Trappy. Cast your third eye into the future. What have you witnessed? Oh, they're all good flowers, yeah. Clowns are in, yeah. Any clowners? Any clowns in chat? Folks aren't very friendly here, and they don't like nosy strangers. No offense, Outlander, but if you don't know the Bitter Coast region, you might get yourself into trouble. Morrowind lore. Ashlander nomadic camps are groups of small portable huts. Little advice. There are nests of droids somewhere along the Bitter Coast, but they're not to be trifled with. Don't think the value of the hide is worth the trouble, but it's the challenge and danger itself that attracts some people. More power to them. Alright, Charwitch Koninga, Volume 2. See in here, for example, is another... It just is comma, Volume 2. And so sometimes we just find books and we're like, oh, I didn't realize this book series had extra entries. And so our book list grows longer. Great to see you, Shindigs, by the way. You as well, Trappy. I've known some clowns in my time. I know, but like a real clown, like a professional clown. You have gained knowledge from this book. Your hand-to-hand skill increased to 11. I'm talking like somebody paid you to clown. Okay, I need like a real clowner. Or whatever it is clowns call each other in the business. The Charwitch Koninga Letters, Book 2, 3, Last Seed, 3rd Era 411, Tel Arun, Morrowind. My good friend Charwitch, I only just last week received your letter dated 6 Suns Height, addressed to me in Sadrith Marah. I did not know how to reach you before to tell you of my progress finding Hadwaf Nightwear. So I send this to you now, care of the lady you mentioned in your letter, the Lady Elispeta Morling of Wayrest. I hope that if you have left her palace, she will know where you've gone and can send this to you. And I hope further that you receive it in a timelier manner than I received your letter. It is essential that I hear from you soon, so we may coordinate our next course of action. My adventures here have 2 acts, one before I received your letter, and one immediately after. While you searched for the elusive possessor of Azuro's star in his homeland to the west, I searched for him here when we understood he conjured up the Daedra Prince and received from her the artifact. Thank you, Femme Dracula. No, I appreciate you saying that. They're hard words. Just taking my best swing at them. Like you, I had little difficulty finding people who had heard or even knew Nightwear. Movie? You're getting evicted from your apartment? Oh my goodness gracious, I need to find a new place by 6th sun's height or I'm gonna be homeless. Not like this, that's terrible. Movie. That's just, yeah, that's a big oof. It's time to find a new place. Are the owners or something? Or they want to like change it or like rebuild it or remodel it or something? Or even new Nightwear. In fact, not long after we parted company and you left for the Iliac Bay, I met someone who knew where he went to perform the ceremony. Also, is that like in October? Is that like 1 month from now? Or was all of this just a very concerning setup to a joke? I met someone who knew where he went to perform the ceremony, so I left at once to come here to tell Arun. It took some time to locate my contact, for he is a dissident priest named Minarath. The temple and tribunal, the real powers of Morrowind, tend to frown. Oh no, that's not real. I thought it would be clear from 6th sun's height. I own my home. Okay, great. It's very plausible. You know, stranger things have happened. Yeah. I think if you had said, I'm getting evicted from my egg mine, my Kwama egg mine, I think I would have caught on. Tend to frown on his order, and while they haven't begun so much of a crusade to stamp them out, there are certainly rumors that they will soon. This tends to make priests like Minarath skittish and paranoid, difficult people to set appointments with. Finally, I was told that he would be willing to talk to me at the Plot and Plaster, a tiny tavern without even a room to rent. Downstairs, there were several cloaked men crammed around the tavern's only table, and they searched me to see if I had any weaponry. Of course I hadn't. You know that that isn't my preferred method of doing business. Hey Maxwell, welcome. It's so good to see you. Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, enjoy. Get gifted, Maxwell. When it decided that I was harmless, one of the cloaked figures revealed himself to be Minarath. I paid him the gold I promised and asked him what he knew about Hadwaf Nightwear. He remembered him well enough, saying that after he received the star, the lad intended to return to High Rock. It seemed he had unfinished business there, presumably of a violent nature, which Azuro's star would facilitate. He had no other information, and I did not know what else to ask. My Silt Strider is being put down unless I can get the septum together for the vet's bill. Yeah, oh, such a tragedy. Sorry to hear that, movie. Oh. We parted company, and I waited for your letter. Hey, at least we all take it just means that we take what you say very seriously, movie, so you're welcome. We parted company, and I waited for your letter, hoping you had found Nightwear and perhaps even the star. I confess that as I lingered in Morrowind and never heard from you, I began to have doubts about your character. I often make Elder Scrolls-themed jokes about my actual impending eviction and houselessness. Yeah. You'll forgive me for saying so, but I began to fear that you had taken the artifact for yourself. In fact, I was making plans to come to High Rock myself when your last letter came at last. The tale of your adventure in the cemetery of Grimtree Garden, and the information you gathered from the lycanthropic caretaker inspired me to have another meeting with Minarath. Thus began the second act of my story. Okay, good. So it's your fault and I'm innocent. Yeah, as long as it's good to lay blame. It's very healthy, I find, in relationships to just lay blame as much as you can, you know. My cousin's got the frost limbs. He's had several tests in the past few months. Oh, it's terrible, Delta. Wow, you should put some, make a salt rice poultice with some bone meal and then slap it right on there. I've started a Kickstarter for old Silty. Oh, fingers crossed. I returned to the plot and plaster, reasoning that the priest must frequent that area of the city to feel so comfortable setting clandestine meetings there. It took some time searching, but I finally found him, and as luck would have it, he was alone. I called his name, and he quickly drew me to a dark alleyway, nervous that we would be seen by a temple ordinator. Hey, Ellipses, welcome. It is a rare and beautiful thing when a victim insists on dragging his killer to a remote location. I began at once asking about this fellow you mentioned, Nightware's mysterious patron, Baliasir. He denied ever having heard the name. We were still in that easy, fairly conversational state when I attacked the priest. Of course, he was taken completely by surprise. In some ways, that can be more effective than an ambush from behind. No matter how many times I've done it, no one ever expected the friendly man they're talking to grip them by the neck. I pressed hard against my favorite spot in the soft part of the throat, just below the thyroid cartilage, and it took him too long to react to my lunge and try pushing back. He began to lose consciousness. Damn it, all I saw was Avatar's message being like, I'm awful, Delta, I'm so sorry. And Delta's messages, last month my brother got the collywobbles. You know, you're gamifying my genuine empathy and compassion in the name of comedy. Cheap jokes, cheap tricks. He began to lose consciousness, and I whispered that if I released my grip a little so he could talk and breathe, but he tried to call for help, I would snap his neck. Empathy suckers caring for us. Oh, shit. He nodded, and I relaxed the pressure, just a bit. I asked him again about Baliasir, and he shook his head, insisting that he had never heard the name. As frightened as he was, it seemed most likely that he was telling the truth, so I asked him more generally if he knew anyone else who might know something about Hadwath Nightware. He told me that there was a woman present also during the ceremony, someone he introduced as his sister. I remembered then the part of your letter about seeing the grave of Nightware's sister, Perira. When I mentioned the name to the priest, he nodded frantically, but I could see that the interrogation had reached an ending. There is, after all, something about being throttled that causes a man to answer yes to every question. I snapped Minarath's neck and returned home. So now I'm again unsure how to proceed. I've made several more inquiries, and several of the same people who met Nightware remember him being with a woman. A few recall him saying that she was his sister. One or two believe they remember her name as being Perira, though they're not certain. No one, however, has heard of anyone named Baliasir. If I do not hear word from you in response to this, in the next couple of weeks, I will come to High Rock, because it's there that most people believe Nightware returned. I will only stay here long enough to see if there are other inquiries I can make only in Morrowind to bring us closer to our goal of recovering Azura's Star. Your friend, Koninga. Oof. Wow. Crazy book you got there, friend. Crazy book indeed. Crazy book. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. They make you pierce your nose to see a vet? Harsh. Yeah.
Outlander, what do you want?
Weird requirements, those Siltstrider veterinarians. Welcome to Hla Oad, stranger. I'm Beleni Salavel, Hla Oad shipmaster at your service. What's your destination? Or if you're new to Hla Oad, I can point you to the local services or to a specific place nearby. If you're looking for someone in particular, I might be able to help. Throttling until saying yes. Yeah. The government is about to foreclose on my egg mine. It's my only source of income. It's just been so hard to keep the poachers out of my scrib jelly. It's just happening all over Delta. You know, it's the egg mining regulations. Yeah, Electric G-Funk here. I'm gonna switch over. So, because we're incredibly devoted, we've been working on reading every book in Morrowind. Yes, every book in Morrowind. And we use this spreadsheet to help us keep track of which books we've read and which books we have not read. So we'll be making progress.
Rage,
fucking rage! Yo, hey, Kinda Panda suit, welcome. Yeah. Destination. From Hla Oad, I can take you to Ebonheart, Narmak, or the foreign quarter of Vivek on my ship Harpy. Hey, Para. How's it going? Wow, rage. Sorry. Coming on a little strong.
Some say I'm shellfish, but I don't loan my books out to random adventurers who probably won't return them.
Because you're like a shelf? I think I get it, artillery, but yes. I'm a shipmaster. I can transport you by ship to various destinations for a modest fee. Little advice. Here's a notion. Steal from thieves. Perfectly legal. Outlaws got no rights, and they'll none of them be missed. You're a big hero if you bag a few thieves, and you end up with their stuff. Slick, huh? Of course, it's dangerous, but you can't get ahead without taking some risk. It's a selfish/shelfish pun. Oh my god. My uncle, Tommy Morrowind, just took me on a cruise to Skooma Island. I think he has an addiction. That's terrible. That's so terrible. Movie. I'm so sorry to hear that. So, okay, so they can take us on a bit of a trip.
Thine own shelf be true.
Thine own shelf be true. Once I saw you pull up a spreadsheet, I knew I had to follow. Thank you, Guy in a Panda Suit for the follow. Yeah, welcome. You know, if we're only ever gonna have one Morrowind playthrough, we gotta make it count, you know? I can't just, you know, play through the game and not appreciate.
Go ahead.
Again, we're like a bird eating another bird, okay? And we're at the moment we're opening our maw. You know, you've seen those gifs of pelicans swallowing smaller birds.
Hello.
It's
I
exactly
don't
like
know
that.
if I can help you, but I'll try.
Birds, go on.
It's like when you're a bird
okay,
and you're
eating
Tried to get a
another
reservation at
bird.
the library, but it was all booked up.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
when you're a bird and you're eating another bird. Yes.
Yes.
And then the other bird is stuck in your throat.
Yeah.
But you gradually expand your throat and swallow it so your stomach acids can digest it. So you get a really good meal of that other bird. And it was hard. It was hard eating that bird, okay? But at the end, it was worth it.
Yeah, that's what playing this game is like. But in the end, it was worth it. And right now, we're at the hard part.
You know? Yeah.
Hey, Glonagoth. I'm a net shirter. That is when I'm working. Right now, I'm not working, and that's fine with me. Doing my artifacts. Okay. Nobody wants to tell us about the artifacts.
Do you seek an audience with me?
I'm having a fever dream. There are two. Can you imagine? Oh.
Dunmer?
Hey, Shirkle. Wow. Ripped. I don't believe I've seen a dark elf with such a grand outfit in some time. Can I help you? Little advice. If you're looking for trouble and not particularly superstitious, there are a number of ancient abandoned tombs in these parts. Morrowind lore. The Tribunal Temple is at war with a rebellious faction called the Dissident Priests, doing more artifacts. Okay, cool. Any books? Any books? No books.
Is there something?
Punk alert, yeah. Like a turducken? I couldn't tell you.
Outlander, what do you
This
want?
is Hla Oad? There's like nothing here.
Not long ago.
Wow, Hla Oad it's kind of crap.
I
Yes,
hate,
I'm listening.
What do you want?
you know, macaroni and
I
cheese.
don't,
and I will never
actually.
eat it, and I never have. And there's no way you could convince me otherwise.
You know, I famously love macaroni and cheese. And so I don't appreciate people slandering my good name. Every bird technically eats all the other birds. Is that so? What do you mean, Maxwell? Yeah, expand on that. Was that evil iios saying that? Yeah, only a heartless monster could not love the sweet, tender, succulent noodles and cheese and macaroni and cheese.
Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze.
Squeeze.
All the morning long, I squeezed that sperm till I myself almost melted into it. I squeezed that sperm till a strange sort of insanity came over me, and I found myself unwittingly squeezing my co-laborers' hands in it, mistaking their hands for the gentle globules. Such an abounding, affectionate, friendly, loving feeling did this avocation beget, that at last I was continually squeezing their hands, and looking up into their eyes sentimentally, as much as to say, oh.
Oh.
My dear fellow beings, why should we longer cherish any social acerbities, or know the slightest ill humor or envy? Come, let us squeeze hands all round, nay, let us all squeeze ourselves into each other, let us squeeze ourselves universally into the very milk and sperm of kindness.
I'm sorry, you lost me at the word come. But Delta, thank you for that TDS. Yeah, I never read Moby Dick. Apparently I missed out. Yeah, Kali is right there with me. Kali heard it. Fascinating. And this passage stuck in your memory, Delta? You found yourself thinking of it in years hence? What did I say? I think, Maxwell, you said what? Every bird technically eats all other birds? Citation required. We need stacking bird eating bird stories. Oh god. Start layering them. Damn, now I'm bricked up. Whatever that means. Moby Dick. Got that Moby Dick, you know? Oh, hey Plaintrue, welcome. Oh god. You know, I feel like now that we're plausibly putting content on YouTube, I feel like I need to watch my mouth, so to speak, you know. Wow, kids say bricked up now, yeah. Yeah, did they say that back in your day? Shindigs? When you were at university? Yeah, all that old-fashioned lingo, it's coming back. How old do I convey? Yeah, how old do you think Avatar is? How old do you think We Built a World is? Chat. Yeah. In human years, preferably. Hey, Maxwell. Yeah, Maxwell's here. It is lovely to see you, Maxwell. I hope life is great and stuff. No, it's always busy and things. 49. Yeah, good guess. As old as the hills. Yeah, that's a good guess, too. You know what kids don't say anymore? Shindigs. That's true. Wow, that's true, Mikey. Yeah. Yeah, name is sorely out of date. There are some young hills, by the way. Yeah, I mean, but you average them, you know. For chance. Everyone knows I'm at least 1,000 years old. Yeah. You don't hear that much about young Draculas. I've been okay, a little rough, but doing better. Oh, that's great, Maxwell. That's great. Just been lurking more lately, for sure. Completely, you know, normal. Yes. To take breaks from Twitch and such. Young Drac. Oh, I've been listening to so much Young Scrolls. Kids can't even read analog clocks anymore. Screams at clouds. Wait, is that Maxwell? Peepo, leave. Yeah. Get out of here, RB. You don't like Maxwell, RB? Everybody love everybody. I have one rule. Everybody love everybody. That's not the only rule. That's why I don't talk. RB might see me. Don't worry, Maxwell. You can just hear. I'll give you a tip. You can just dunk on RB's FTL performance.
Yes, Dunmer?
Can be independent of RB's.
All right, I'm listening.
I don't know why I'm encouraging conflict in the chat. Fight! No. Okay, don't. Okay. Bungler. Whoop. Mushrooms. Do you have samples of all the mushrooms? Luminous Rusula, Violet Cuprinus, Bungler's Bane, and Hypha Fascia. I do. Yes, here they are. Your journal has been updated. 4 cheap restore health has been added to your inventory. Mushrooms. Ajira thanks you again for bringing her the samples. Bet with Galbadir. Ajira made a bet with Galbadir that Ajira would be a journeyman before Galbadir. Now Ajira must study these mushrooms and write a report. Ajira wants you to give Galbadir a fake soul gem, okay? Ajira has made a fake soul gem. Take it and put it in Galbadir's desk upstairs. Galbadir should be coming downstairs to talk with Moraine Dren, so no one will see you do this thing. Fake soul gem. Take the fake soul gem Ajira gave you and put it in Galbadir's desk upstairs. Hurry before Galbadir returns. Duties. Has iios done what Ajira asks with the fake soul gem? No. Love everybody! Do I have to include myself in everybody? Yeah, I think... Yeah, the Venn diagram of you and everybody is a circle, I think. Let us all squeeze ourselves together, yes. Okay. Oh, this is big for us. Okay, so we've saved. We cannot get that. Yeah, we take everything here. This is big. 60,000. Okay. We put the fake soul gem in. Okay, we're done. That might bankroll us for a while. Bank. It's a Winged Twilight Grand Soul Gem. Its value is 60,000 septums. It's like we just like picked up like, I guess like the Morrowind equivalent of like a home. Okay. Do not deny yourself not the milk and sperm of human kindness, yes. Hey. Yeah. See ya. Bye. Nice little scripting. Wow.
Yes, Dunmer.
Characters actually moving to and fro in the world. Has iios put the fake soul gem in Galbadir's desk? I don't know who would have the cash to buy it, to be honest. Fake soul gem. You have put the gem in the desk as Ajira asked. Ajira thanks you. Your journal has been updated. Fake soul gem. Yes, Ajira thanks you again. Bet with Galbadir. Now Ajira will win the bet with Galbadir. Duties. Ajira must now study local flowers. Yes, Ajira must study flowers now. Ajira needs samples of gold kanet, stoneflower petals, willow anther, and heather. These can all be found on the shores of Lake Amaya. I'm a good triangulator, though. I'm a friendly triangulator. Yeah, I don't know who would even have 60,000 septums. Maybe someone in Vivek City. You can barter stuff back and forth, though. Yeah, that makes sense. Who's Heather? Oh yeah, she's all over the countryside, Maxwell. Yeah. Yeah, she grows on the ground. Heather. King Curly, hey, welcome. How's it going? That soup has really gone to your head, Delta Rain. I don't have the flowers. Gold kanet grows near rocks. It has yellow flowers and broad dark green leaves. The leaves are spiny, so Ajira warns you not to touch the leaves. Heather has needles like the trees in Skyrim and High Rock, but it grows near the ground and has pink flowers. Lake Amaya. To get to Lake Amaya, go southeast out of Balmora, past Fort Moonmoth, then follow the signs and take the road to Pelagiad. After you cross the Foyada Mamea, go towards Suran at the next crossroads. All the flowers Ajira needs are near the path to Suran, which runs along the north shore of Lake Amaya. These are very specific. Stoneflower petals. Stoneflowers are dark blue and their stems bend towards the ground when they are in bloom. The leaves look like they are folded along the stems. Willow anther. Willow flowers are reddish and tall, but they do not bend to the ground like stoneflowers. The leaves are long and thin. Fascinating.
Mandatory.
Thank you, King Curly. That's very, very sweet of you. Thank you for the gifts of tonight, bot. Like, just tripping through time. Truly. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. So, we will try and rest again here. Okay, not attacked.
How interesting.
And now we are off again. Tricks like that are important to teach children that you can't trust anyone. It's true. It's true. What the hell weighs so much now? I guess I have a ton of soul gems that weigh stuff. I need to like go sell stuff. God, this kind of sucks. I'm just gonna go play my loot at the inn. Just like that, Mario.
Yes,
Let's go play our fat loot. For money. Does Mario know Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner? They're probably in the same universe. Probably.
Go ahead. Is there something I can do for you?
Hi.
our doors are always open.
Come closer. Yep. Oh wait, music. Entertain the patrons. Play the lute and sing. Ah! The sound of the fat lute is rich and powerful. They nod and smile approvingly, and afterwards come to stare at the instrument. Very nice performance. And where did you get that amazing fat lute? They really go for that big sound. Man, how can I get rid of the lute after that? Makes it sound so sick. Any advice? You look like you might not faint wearing heavy armor. You might check out the Legion garrison at Fort Moonmoth. They like them big over there, and maybe they're looking for recruits. Good benefits, chance for advancement, get a piece of land at retirement, maybe even end up a knight. Alright, so we need to,
Is there something at all that you see, traveler?
we need to actually de-rule children's TV for decades. They sure did, Maxwell, they sure did. If the WWF exists in Super Mario and WWF licensed Gangrel from White Wolf, that means Vampire the Masquerade also exists in Super Mario. Oh my god. It's all connected. It's all connected. Okay, these are heavy books. That's part of our problem. Let's go sell our books. Deke rules everything around me. Get the money. Barter. On Morrowind. For my gods and emperor. Did I even read that? I did. We read that. Origin of the Mage's Guild I read. I need Pilgrim's Path still. I have an Ogrim Titan Common Soul Gem. We just stole a ton of really awesome stuff. But I need to get rid of... Wait, Sure.
Yes, Outlander?
I just don't know. How are we going to manage with this weight situation? I mean, our strength is 45. That's not that bad, right? What do we have that is encumbering us? A little bit of clothing. We have not that many potions. We have too many ingredients. I need to sell ingredients. That's what. Is this the librarian % speedrun? It sure is, Ezra Silver. Welcome. Not even a speedrun, I would say. Just a run. Outfitter. I just want the pawn shop. Just take me to the pawn shop. Yeah, we're I think we're like 93 books through. All the NPCs simultaneously asking if you're interested in things. Yeah, it leaves a tiny bit to be desired. Hi. Alright, yeah, take these Kwama eggs, take those Kwama eggs.
MMXWL has an extra special video for us to watch, Scully.
I love an extra special video, Scully. You know what? Actually, cancel that. Let's watch this extra special video that Maxwell redeemed. And then we'll keep messing with this. But I think what I want is restore fatigue. And then we can combine small and large Kwama eggs and use those up. So that's good. Okay, let's watch. Cool. Thank you, Maxwell. That's amazing. You know, one episode at a time. Well, I want to watch... I want to watch that. I want to go to there. Alright, we made a bunch. Okay, so that's great to know. So the large eggs and the small eggs can be combined. I guess let's look for another moment here, like... at what we can combine here, if anything. Great. Do this too. Okay, alchemy skill to 34. You know, and it's really just like make potions with whatever we can. Great. Great, okay, okay. That got us a bunch of potions that we can now sell.
Yes, madame, what is it?
For extra money. Yeah, I'm just at a point where I'm just like, here, take my potions. It's fine. I know they're good potions or whatever, some of them are. But I just cannot afford the wait. So I'm gonna sell a bunch of alchemy ingredients right now, actually. Oh yeah, that's one of the ones I need, actually. We'll keep the ectoplasm, that's kind of rare. I guess I need the anther too. I'm gonna have to eventually figure out like a safe place to keep stuff. Offer, goodbye. She has like 7,000 septims, although we now have like 2k. And we also have like 80 carry weight to work with. We're really having to balance our carry weight quite a lot. Lola Bunny is responsible for 75%. You think so? Gadget from Chippendale's Rescue Rangers. You're so steeped in this culture, 25. Teaching us so much. I wonder what the fastest thing dead is. Oh, yeah, good question. Yeah, I don't know. Probably something that's moving very fast while alive and then dies, right? Depends on your frame of reference, I suppose. Yeah, that. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? So I think we're headed back to Hla Oad because there's some more quests in Hla Oad. Down here with Sidonine. I think we head back to Hla Oad and continue to work on our quests. Now, our quests... This is going to be hard to remember. I guess let's look at options, quests. We have this Dreamer Artifacts quest. If we can get somebody in Hla Oad to trust us, we can find out about that. Okay, we haven't talked to Larius yet. Dark Brotherhood attacks. It just says... I reported it to a guard. They told us to talk to somebody. So there's a Nord bandit who's accosting travelers somewhere near Hla Oad that we can take care of. Mage's Guild. I'm not a necromancer. I guess we could persuade this person in the Mage's Guild at some point. We'll be back soon. We're not an Aldrune yet. Fighters Guild Exterminator. I guess we finished that. Antabolus Informant. And we're also not... We're not close to Arcane. We're not going to Arcanthond right now. So let's just go to Hla Oad. And, try and find that thief. And maybe try and find the Dwemer Ruins. Ah, Nords and Witches. Yeah. Disney Robin Hood was kind of a chill movie back when. I'm not sure how it's aged, but... There's a bondage scene in Disney's Robin Hood? Really, Trooper? Wow. Maid Marian was Foxy. She was a fox. Yeah. You had it on VHS as a kid? Yeah. Same. He might be the fastest thing alive. Yeah. Never really felt like Sonic had much of a character. To me, Sonic was like Mario. Mario doesn't really have a character, per se. I feel like that's where Sonic falls over. They try to be like, yeah, Sonic is like a person, you know, and it's like, no. Sonic is an idea. The idea of going fast, okay? The moment you try to make it beyond that, you know, it's like, you know, like opening Pandora's shit box. Is this modded? Yes, this is modded, Azura. Not very heavily, and the only visual mod is AI upscale textures. That's it. Sonic is a state of mind. Oh god, not the shit box. Yeah. The shit box. Ugh, my right click is really sensitive. So we could walk over to these areas, but we're gonna walk back to Hla Oad and we're focused on our quests, okay? Because the moment that we get into a kind of playstyle where we're just like wandering all over the map, all hell is gonna break loose. Like, I'm not gonna be able to keep track of this. Yeah, Femme Dracula reminds you of Montana or Wyoming somewhat. Have you seen any cliff racers yet? No, we have not. We have not. I guess we can scroll out. It's kind of fun here. Well, walking around, are you even playing Morrowind before you get attacked by a cliff racer? I don't know. I guess not. I guess not. I want to figure out long-term storage at some point. Like, I don't know where to store anything besides in my pockets, which is mostly okay, but maybe I just need to sell my stolen stuff somewhere else. Okay. Let's trot on over to Hla Oad for a second. Talk to people. We have had our drive-by Kaiser Redemption already this evening. Bright and early. Courtesy of Blah Blah Blarg. Oh, I do like the zoomed out view quite a bit here. It's kind of nice. Oh, you. Hey, Moosey Fate, welcome. Oh, I see some weird dog things, and I see a rat. Let's go kill this rat. Scooey. Ah! Owned. Suck it, rat. Yeah. Yeah, suck it, rat. Nice. These look like weird dog things. Morrowind has internal and external cells, and the cells are like Minecraft chunks. Kind of. Oh, nuts. I was watching a smaller streamer than you. Oh, when it got redeemed? Yeah, no worries. Better luck next time. Maybe that's the thief. Let's go talk to this person. I always have to check every tree trunk. Make sure it doesn't have stuff squirreled away inside of it. Should we, though? 25?
Speak up.
Hey, Fuel. I've been looking for you. Greetings. You should take care well in these parts. There are murderous outlaws about. No telling what might happen to an unwary traveler. Tell me more. Murderous outlaws? Oh yes, these are dangerous times. They'll rob you blind and cut your throat without giving it a second thought. It's a bad idea to carry anything of value on your person. In fact, it's probably best if you give me that gold of yours. 100 septims, perhaps? I think you'll find the way less dangerous if you do. Nah.
Give in. You're dead already.
It seemed a small price to pay for your life. No matter, though. I'll have that gold one way or another. Goodbye. Oh, shit. No, back me up. Back me up. Okay. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Oh, how did I run out of stamina? Okay, don't worry. Can't hit for shit. We just very slow. Oh shit. Okay. You can't hit. You can't hit. Oh, I'm down. I love the game giving me a pity skill up. Okay, So instead now, before we approach the thief, we stand still for a second while the green bar at the bottom of the screen fills up. You made a system for a half-finished game, your half-finished game that did something similar, and you were curious how similar your solution is to something like Morrowind. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the mechanics. Maybe we watch hentai. Wow, what's that quote about? Oh god, he has an axe. Yeah. Oh god, he's got a gun. You can use the Morrowind editor to look at how the external world looks. It seems he is the brigand you were looking for. Indeed, indeed. I mean, I think at that level of detail, Delta, it's just like implementation specific, really. You could probably talk with like a graphics engineer about the broad strokes things, or like a game engineer.
What's your story?
This game's stamina system is fraught with problems.
Run while you still can, child.
Goodbye. Fuck, wow.
Arg.
Yo, I need... Oh, God. Oh. Okay. Well, Could summon a flame Atronach. Why don't we?
Better than this game's stamina system is fraught with hentai.
I suppose it is. Arr! So much damage! Can you lay him on fire? We can try. I can try and cast spells. My solution was just to load the 8 chunks around the chunk the player was in at any given time. Yeah. Oh, God. There's so many layers of optimizations. It's hard to...
How does it feel to know death is near?
Oh, okay. Okay, I pick up the scroll. I put it on myself. I can't read during battle? What the fuck kind of thing is that? I can't read during battle. Motherfuck, dude. Death snare. It's looking into our... Oh, oh. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna pick the scroll from the other menu. Okay, that makes more sense, actually. Yes, scroll. So I can do it in battle. I just need to be doing it like this, then. Okay. Wait, let me read this Moby Dick passage real quick. I'm glad that we're learning things about... Did I give him the money? God damn it. No. Okay. I accidentally gave him septums he wanted from me. Can you we can ambush him, but I'm not a baddie, okay? I will instead let him attack me first. It will show you how the world is stitched together. One large world space divided into cells or squares. The engine renders a certain number of cells in any direction based on your graphics settings. Okay. Refuse.
How does it feel to know death is near?
Yep. Oh! Why am I on fire? Oh, that's terrible. I got hit with fire. Okay. Okay. Watch out, he's unsheathed and swinging. No. Resheath it. Resheath it. Can we like put on a pot of tea to talk this out instead? I don't want to give this guy my money. This is how it starts. Hey streamer, you gotta get any of that skooma. I could take drugs. I just don't.
Now this is fighting.
Oh god. Okay, okay, run. F. Yeah, do it. Is it because he hasn't hit me? Oh god. Ow. Oh god. It's too powerful. The Flame Atronac is too powerful. Damn it. Okay. Holy shit. Do it.
You're dead already.
Oh yeah, he's down. Okay. Oh, thank you. Flame Atronac, you look cool. Wow, you look nice. Thank you so much. Fuel. Alright. I don't think we lose anything. I just don't want to be the kind of person who just ambushes some person for no reason. Take all. Yeah. See ya. Good night, folks. Take it easy, King Curly. Well. Easy! I wonder how long this lasts. Does it say over here? Kinda didn't say. Oh, those must be the Dwemer ruins we're looking for. Ha ha ha. Okay. Well, we're going to go over there pretty soon. Wish I could mark my map. Oh, okay, there goes our Atronac. Okay. Victory! We did it! Yeah, I just, I try not to play games like a sociopath, where, like, I, like, walk up and crouch behind somebody and, stab them in the kidney and call that gameplay. Instead, it feels slightly more, like, appropriate. It's like how I'd like to RP, to talk to them, and sometimes it's fun to do that. I know. But I'm playing the fucking game, it says, okay? I decide what's fun. You just play like a kleptomaniac instead. Hey, I'm being pushed by my circumstances. You don't think I want to steal, J Fodic, right? Because I don't. Hla Oad, Fat Legs, Drop Off. We missed this place, actually. That's dumb. This is kind of an important place. I just wrote a comedy sketch in my head where someone summons a Daedra, but then the Daedra is just, like, hanging around for, like, 2 days. Like, when you expect it to leave sooner than that.
What's your story?
Hey, Rajid. A lot of iios hymns in the chat. Yes, you're right. You're in charge here. Please forgive my insolence. Yes. Being a murder hobo has its place. Yeah, I just don't want to... I want to, I want to be a goodie. I'm a good person, okay? And I demonstrate what a good person I am through my gameplay. Dwemer artifacts. What Dwemer artifacts? Yeah, classic. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to bribe somebody. Welcome to Hla Oad, stranger, garden spot of the Bitter Coast region. You're lost, right? Because no one comes here on purpose. Are you looking for services? And not much here. Do you mind sharing the latest rumors? We don't get much out here. Dwemer artifacts. Barter. Okay, so I can sell fuels, axe, and on top of all of his armor, and shirt. We have our belt, our shoes, we have that helmet we need for later. Okay. And what do they have for sale? They have salt rice, some clothes, club, arrows, eggs, torches, knife. Okay. So, okay. I'm a good person, okay? I am. You're making eggs in the morning and the Daedra asks for some too? Oh, it's the worst. And, the Daedra tries to make friends with your roommate sees it and it's just awkward. Yeah, it's just like, they're like, who's this? And you're like, oh, it's Daedra. Trapdoor. Oh. Nifty. Whoa, what's this? Hey, friend. Yamisa Maris. Well, Outlander, somehow you've ended up in Hla Oad. You look like an adventurer. Exploring the Bitter Coast region? Not that it's any of my business. Is there any specific place you're hunting for? Any little secrets you'd like to share with me? Come on, Atong. We're Dunmer and we're proud. We're tired of seeing Morrowind run by outsiders who understand nothing about Morrowind. Doing artifacts. Okay. Barter. So, probes and lockpicks. We have 2 probes. I have a master's lockpick. I have a bunch of journeyman lockpicks. Okay. Okay. Training? Let's check out whatever this is. Yo, there's a place we could swim. This place is big. Yo, we find a Kamanatong hideout here. Daedra snipes your Netflix and chill date when you're in the bathroom. Fuck. What kind of eggs? Big eggs. Huge eggs. Hey, Dalam Gavin.
Traveler.
Is that an anvil? Yes. Dwemer artifacts. Okay. Repair. Sure. Click, 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 click. Sure. Cost of doing business. Barter. Repair prongs. A bunch of weapons. I don't care. I guess we'll probably choose, like, the vendor to befriend. Parian Orally. You're new here. I'm Parian Orally. This is Hla Oad. Welcome to the Bitter Coast region. Is there something I can help you with, or are you lost looking for the way out? Doom artifacts. Barter. So this person has silver flame axe, some heavy armor. That's about it. To be honest, the one thing I'm not really seeing much of right now is like variation or progression in armor and weapons. Granted, I guess I'm in really early areas sort of, but it's like essentially it's like you have heavy, medium, or light armor. Some are just going to be flat out better than others. I'm probably oversimplifying it. Hey, Rilam Arineth. Your armor is pretty OP. I feel like it is. I feel like the black brother, the Dark Brotherhood armor, because it's light armor and it has really good resist relative to where we're at in the game. Like it's like literally like 3 times better than the stats on the armor we had. Skyrim is for the Nords. Don't start it. Doing some business. I'll tell you what, I've got to deliver the slave to Vorar Halos in Balmora as part of a payment. It shouldn't be a tough job for you. Deliver the slave? Yeah, just a little unfinished business between Vorar Halos and me. I owe him big for a deal we made a while ago. Rabina here ought to pay for my side of the bargain and more. There's a lot of money in some of these slaves. You interested in the work? Why don't we free the slave then? Excellent. You'll find Halos in Balmora in the east side of town. Just tell him Raylan Arineth sent you. Take care with the slave friend. She's worth more than you can imagine. Rabina here may not look like much, but it's what's on the inside that counts. You know what I mean? Yes? Deliver the slave. Yeah. Gotta get that Khajiit to Balmora one way or another. Hello? You have taken Rabina from Raylan Arineth. My fate is sealed. Rabina. Yes? Raylan Arineth. Yes, he was my master, but now I must deliver the payment. Deliver the payment. No, Rabina is only part of the payment. Rabina was made to swallow many bags of wrapped moon sugar. This is the true payment. There is no hope of escape. Okay. We're trafficking. Hope of escape. Rabina has none. Once in the possession of Vorar Halos, he will likely slaughter Rabina for the drugs in my belly. My only hope is that you do not take Rabina to that monster, and instead help me escape. There are those, such as Imkulaya in Ebonheart, who are willing to help those like me return to our homes. If you were to take Rabina to him at the Argonian mission, Rabina is sure you would help. I will get you to Imkulaya. You would do that. Surely you are blessed by the gods. Rabina thanks you. Let us travel together. Okay. Hope of escape. Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you. Okay. By the way... Okay. Hey, we have a follower. Yay! Well, shit, I should have kept my equipment to give to her. Hi, Falvis Tunel. Dream artifacts. It's a matter of trust, iios. Okay. Oh, Survey of Thieves. Survey... What the hell is a survey? Survey of Thieves. It's a new book to us. Yes. You have gained knowledge from this book. Your security skill increased to 24. Excellent. Yeah, for sure, Austin, yeah. In Oblivion, the Dark Brotherhood armor is some of the best sneaky archer armor in the game. Well, then good. Then we got powerful. Joel Haver doesn't own a video game comedy, Collie. Shaping up like a Joel Haver clip. Wow. Undercut before you were even. You didn't even get the idea out of your mouth, Delta. And Collie was like, Joel Haver did it. Joel Haver did it. Wow. Booger sugar is more like it. My surfeit. Surfeit. Back to the book grinding. Oh, you know it, hentai. By the way, Divinity Original Sin 2, incredible game, hentai. You should totally play it. Surfeit means too many of something. Okay, now we know. Now we know. Helpful Chatter 25 at work. Surfeit of Thieves by Anis Noru. This looks interesting, said Indik, his eyes narrowing to observe the black caravan making its way to the spires of the secluded castle. Joel Haver juicing the hard sperm of my own wit and chewing the fat. Yes. Yep. A gaudy alien coat of arms marked each carriage, the lacquer glistening in the light of the moons. Who do you suppose they are? They're obviously well off, smiled his partner, Harriet. Perhaps some new imperial cult dedicated to the acquisition of wealth. Go into town and find out what you can about the castle, said Indik. I'll see if I can learn anything about who these strangers are. We meet on this hill tomorrow night. Harriet had two great skills, picking locks and picking information. By dusk of the following day, she had returned to the hill. Indik joined her an hour later. No, for sure. Austin, yeah. I have the sense that we'll find enchanted items that will be quite strong, things like that, over time. So I think like as we get to truly hard content, we'll find stuff that is powerful. The place is called Ald Olwira, she explained. It dates back to the Second Era when a collection of nobles built it to protect themselves during one of the epidemics. They didn't want any of the diseased masses to get into their midst and spread the plague, so they built up quite a sophisticated security system for the time. Of course, it's mostly fallen into ruin, but I have a good idea about what kind of locks and traps might still be operational. What did you find out? I wasn't nearly so successful, frowned Indik. No one seemed to have any idea about the group, even that they were here. Oink, oink, oink. Yo, 2-hit good. Thanks for the follow. Oink, oink, oink. I was about to give up, but at the charter house I met a monk who said that his masters were a hermetic group called the Order of Saint Adnua. Aadnua. I talked to him for some time, this fellow name of Parathion, and it seems they're having some sort of ritual feast tonight. Hey, Captain Tortas, welcome. Are they wealthy? Asked Harriet impatiently. Embarrassingly so, according to the fellow, but they're only at the castle for tonight. I have my picks on me, winked Harriet. Opportunity has smiled on us. She drew a diagram of the castle in the dirt. The main hall and kitchen were near the front gate, and the stables and secured armory were in the back. The thieves had a system that never failed. Harriet would find a way into the castle and collect as much loot as possible, while Indik provided the distraction. He waited until his partner had sealed the wall before rapping on the gate. Perhaps this time he would be a bard or a lost adventurer. The details were most fun to improvise. Harriet heard Indik talking to the woman who came to the gate, but she was too far away to hear the word exchanged. He was evidently successful. A moment later, she heard the door shut. The man had charm. She would give him that. Only a few of the traps and locks to the armory had been set. Undoubtedly, many of the keys had been lost to time. Whatever servants had been in charge of securing the Order's treasures had brought a few new locks to affix. It took extra time to maneuver the intricate hasps and bolts of the new traps before proceeding to the old but still working systems, but Harriet found her heart beating with anticipation. Whatever lay beyond the door, she thought, must be of sufficient value to merit such protection. When at last the door swung quietly open, the thief found her avaricious dreams paled to reality. A mountain of golden treasure ancient relics glimmering with untapped magicka, weaponry of matchless quality, gemstones the size of her fist, row after row of strange potions, and stacks of valuable documents and scrolls. She was so enthralled by the sight, she did not hear the man behind her approach. "You must be Lady Trised," said the voice, and she jumped. It was a monk in a black hooded robe, intricately woven with silver and gold threads. For a moment she could not speak. This was the sort of encounter that Indik loved, but she could think of to do nothing but nod her head with what she hoped looked like certainty. "I'm afraid I'm a little lost," she stammered. "I can see that," the man laughed. "That's the armory. I'll show you the way to the dining hall. We were afraid you weren't going to arrive. The feast is nearly over." Harriet followed the monk across the courtyard to the double doors leading to the dining hall. A robe identical to the one he was wearing hung on a hook outside, and he handed it to her with a knowing smile. She slipped it on. She mimicked him as she lowered the hood over her head and entered the hall. Torches illuminated the figures within around the large table. Each wore the uniform black robe that covered all features, and from the look of things, the feast was over. Empty plates, platters, and glasses filled every inch of the wood, with only the faintest spots and dribbles of the food remaining. It was a breaking of a fast, it seemed. For a moment, Harriet stopped to think about poor, lost Lady Trised, who had missed her opportunity for gluttony. The only unusual item on the table was its centerpiece, a huge golden hourglass, which was on its last minute's worth of sand. Though each person looked alike, some were sleeping, some were chatting merrily to one another, and one was playing a lute. Indik's lute, she noticed, and then noticed Indik's ring on the man's finger. Harriet was suddenly grateful for the anonymity of the hood. Perhaps Indik would not realize that it was she, and that she had blundered. "Trised," said the young man to the assembled, who turned to one as her and burst into applause. The conscious members of the order arose to kiss her hand and introduce themselves. Nirdla, Suelek, Kyler. The names got stranger. Toniop. Hetilites. Noitarop. She could not help laughing. "I understand. It's all backwards. Your real names are Aldrin, Celius, Relic, Poino, Stillith, Parathion." "Of course," said the young man. "Won't you have a seat?" "Say," giggled Harriet, getting into the spirit of the mask and taking an empty chair. "I suppose that when the hourglass runs out, the backwards names go back to normal." "That's correct, Trised," said the woman next to her. "It's just one of our order's little amusements. This castle seemed like the appropriately ironic venue for our feast, devised as it was to shun the plague victims who were, in their way, a walking dead." Harriet felt herself lightheaded from the odor of the torches and bumped into the sleeping man next to her. He fell face forward onto the table. "Poor Esruak Sharif," said a neighboring man, helping to prop the body up. "He's given us so much." Harriet stumbled to her feet and began walking uncertainly for the front gate. "Where are you going, Trised?" asked one of the figures, his voice taking on an unpleasant mocking quality. "My name isn't Trised," she mumbled, gripping Indik's arm. "I'm sorry, partner. We need to go." The last crumb of sand fell in the hourglass as the man pulled back his hood. "The fish is playing the guitar, rolling on the floor laughing." Yeah, I see it. I see it. It was not Indik. It was not even human, but a stretched grotesquerie of a man with hungry eyes and a wide mouth filled with tusk-like fangs. Harriet fell back to the chair of the figure they called Esruak Sharif. His hood fell open, revealing the pallid, bloodless face of Indik, and she began to scream. As she began to scream, they fell on her. In her last living moment, Harriet finally spelled Trised backwards. Gasp! Oh, got him. Uh-oh. Wow. 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 R.I.P. that person. in that story. Okay, Rabina, you need to go to Ebonheart. It's a long ways away. Ebonheart. Alright, let's see where we can get.
Quickly, Outlander. I haven't much time.
I guess I'm not gonna ask them to follow me into that pit of water, but we'll come back. Wow, they do walk goofy though. Their wide legs. It's very strange. Okay. Shows up on top of me.
Go ahead, stranger.
Great.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, Ebonheart it is. Okay, still with me. Hi. Destination. Yes. Services. Travel. Ebonheart. Great. Okay, here we are. Wow. The hell? Is that a giant floating rock? Cool. Well, where the hell are we? No, it's Ebonheart. Which is kind of close to Vivek, I guess. Oh, that must be Vivek. And this is Ebonheart with this castle. Okay, so now our journal says at the Argonian mission in Ebonheart. Okay. Okay. Scooey, a new part of the world. It was fast. A lot of friends here, that's for sure. Ian. Welcome, Citizen iios. I'm Ian, and this is Ebonheart. If you're new here, you'll be wanting to ask about our many services for travelers, and I imagine you wouldn't mind a little advice. Ebonheart. No, you're totally fine. No, you're totally fine. Ebonheart is the imperial headquarters for Vardenfell district in a busy seaport. Duke Vidam Dren. Interesting, okay. Is the district's ruler and emperor's representative. The Duke lives in Castle Ebonheart. The district council chambers and the Hawkmoth Legion garrison are also at Castle Ebonheart. The East Empire Company buildings and docks are outside the castle, facing Vivek to the east. East Empire Company. The East Empire Company is a monopolistic mercantile enterprise chartered by the Emperor and managed by a board of directors appointed by the Emperor. The company has sole authority to trade in certain goods like flint, raw ebony, raw glass, and Dwemer artifacts, and it also enjoys favorable tariffs and regulations for import and export of other common and exotic goods like kwama eggs, marshmallow pulp, salt rice, and Telvanni bug musk. Because of its influence in the favor of the Empire, the East Empire Company wields considerable influence in the Duke's administration. Great houses. Dunmer membership in a great house is a matter of birth and marriage, but imperial colonists may become retainers of a great house, or may be adopted into a great house, imperial cult. Ebonheart's imperial cult shrine is in a small, walled keep in the far western end of Castle Ebonheart. The altar there cures disease and poison. Lalachia Varian is the imperial priestess, Senolian Tunifis, the Mara healer, Kay, the Zenithar trader, and Eulus Trupter, the Stendar savant. Latest rumors. With all the unrest in Cyrodiil City, a trooper told me they might have to recall the legions to protect the Emperor. Delta, how much do I have to pay you to drop spoilers of my IRL playthrough of life? Yeah. Let us have it. An evil board of directors, but you repeat yourself. Yeah, it does seem like a very like a character, stereotypically evil kind of colonialist enterprise here. How do you judge a job, decide if it's too tough for you? Good question. Me, I check 3 things: location, opposition, and payoff. First, if it's a long walk, I worry if it's a Daedric ruin or a Dunmer stronghold or a Telvanni tower. I worry. If it's way up north or near Red Mountain, I worry. Second, if the opposition is tough, I worry. Daedra worry me. Vampires worry me. Telvanni wizards worry me. Third, if the reward is fat, I worry. Nobody pays you a crate of gold for a walk in the park. What a quote. My trait. I'm an archer. I'm the kind of fighter who hates getting hurt, so I ambush with my marksman weapons from a distance, then run like crazy when I can, and fight with long blades or spears when I must. I prefer spears because they're longer, and I keep farther from things trying to hurt me. If that sounds cowardly to you, you better stick with tin suits and fat axes. Marksman weapons. Short bows and long bows use arrows. Crossbows use bolts. Bow and crossbows are more cumbersome, two-handed weapons, but more effective. Throwing stars and throwing knives are fast, light, one-handed attacks, but less damaging than bows and crossbows. Tin suits and fat asses. Services. Agning is the publican of the 6 fishes. He rents beds and sells food and sundries. The Imperial Cult Shrine services include a priest, healer, monk, enchanter, apothecary, trader, and savant. The Imperial Legion services of the Hawkmouth Legion garrison include a healer, smith, master-at-arms, scout, trader, chaplain, and battle mage. For other services, visit Vivec City, the Foreign Quarter in particular for Fighters Guild and Mage Guild services, and the Great House compounds for kin and retainers. Someone in particular. Duke Vidam Dren, Duke of Ebonheart, is the head of the Grand Council and Uriel VII's representative on Vardenfell. The Grand Council representatives are Urar Mandas, House Roderon, Galas Dranim, House Telvanni, Relin Halalu, House Halalu, Yivas Othravel, Tribunal Temple, Ruchia Konitian, Imperial Commission, Rufinus Al... Is that an E or a C? I can't... I'm gonna say it's a C? I guess. It is. I think it's a C. Alshias is the Imperial Magistrate. Oh my gosh, have a great night, Femdrakia. We'll be done. We'll be wrapping up here pretty soon. Cavortius Albushian is the head of the Imperial Guard. Duke Dren's Palace Guard. Thrall the White, Knight Bachelor of the Imperial Legion, is the head of the Hawkmouth Legion garrison. Lalashia Varian is the head priest of the castle's Imperial Cult Shrine. The wealthy Canctunian Pontius is the chief factor and banker of the East Empire Company. Canctunian Pontius, he's in the East Empire Company offices, the large building down by the docks, Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard is an elite unit of the Imperial Legion. The Guard is charged with the defense of the Emperor and various of his direct representatives in the provinces. The Duke's rank and responsibilities entitle him to the protection of this elite unit. There is a traditional rivalry between the Imperial Guard and their counterparts in the regular legions. Unrest in Cyrodiil City. Uriel Septim is sick, and wizards say his heir, Geldal Septim, and the younger Septims, Enman and Ebel, are just doppelgangers placed in the household during Jagar Tharn's tenure as Imperial Battle Mage. They say the Guard charged a mob demanding destruction of the false heirs. Lots of folks were killed. Vidam Dren. Duke Vidam Dren, Duke of Ebonheart, is head of the Grand Council and Uriel VII's representative on Vardenfell. Specific place. Castle Ebonheart is a pair of forts on adjacent islands on the Sistada Lagoon west of Vivec City. The Grand Council chambers, along with the Imperial Commission, the Imperial Guard quarters, the Imperial Cult Shrine, and the Duke's chambers, are in the castle's west keep. The Hawkmouth Legion garrison is in the east keep, with the Skyrim mission and the Argonian mission and an outer court nearby. Continue. The East Empire Company has offices, warehouses, and docks east of the castle, and connects to the castle by a bridge. The great statue of the Imperial Dragon in the East Empire Company Plaza is a visible reminder of the Empire's power and wealth here in Morrowind. The Six Fishes Corner Club is just across the bridge from the East Empire Company, and inside the east gate of the castle. Novosi Halan offers ship passage to Vivec, Sidrith Mara, Hla Oad, and Tel Brenora from the docks east of the dragon statue.
Oh. Talk is free. What do you want?
Okay. Talky talk. Cool. Okay, we still have our friend with us. Okay.
Yes.
Olfin Gro Lagrab. With an outfit like that, you must be doing very well for yourself. Can I help you? Latest rumors. I have heard of a traveling mage who summons creatures just so he can slay them and capture their souls. Little secret. You want my advice, rookie? I've been around. I've risen to protector rank in this outfit by being smart and careful. And if I were you, I'd stay away from Daedric ruins till you have a little more experience and a heftier kit bag. Morrowind lore. Let me tell you about the Blight. The Blight is a weather phenomenon associated with Vardenfell's colossal volcano, Red Mountain. Persistent within the ghost fence, that is, within the crater and on the volcano's slopes, and intermittent near the volcano, the Blight is a health-threatening, ash-heavy volcanic cloud. Plants and creatures exposed to the Blight may contract a variety of Blight diseases, so stay away from Red Mountain and the Blight unless you're some mighty hero or wizard. Cool. So that's the door to a warehouse. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we are. Hi, Blada Hateria. Any advice? The Imperial Legion may be recruiting. I hear the units are at full strength in the town forts, but there might be openings on the frontier, up at Fort Darius. Speak to Ferald the White, Knight Bachelor and Chapter Steward of the Hawkmouth Legion. Okay. How exciting! We're in a castle. I know, so neat. I wish it wasn't quite so dark out. Look at this. Is it a dragon? Oh yeah, it is. Sick! Dragon! Very cool. Very, very cool. So from the dragon, this is kind of a bridge out.
Let's hear it.
Oops, I guess south. Who are you? You're a guard.
Yeah.
How about you? Finer
You have
Teal.
my attention.
Greetings, citizens iios. I'm Finer Teal. Can I help you? This is your first visit to Ebonheart? Is there some specific place you seek? Great houses. 3 great houses rule Vardenfell. House Redoran are noble warriors and strong supporters of the temple. House Hlaalu are traders and merchant princes and strong supporters of the Empire. House Telvanni are independent wizard lords hostile to the Empire, the temple, and the other great houses. Vidam Dren. The Duke's younger brother, Orvas Dren, is a wealthy plantation owner in the Ashadian Isles. How about you? Nice hat, friend. Gale doll.
I'm listening.
Pleased to meet you, iios. Okay, great. Nothing. Okay. So we have Company Hall. So let's go in here.
Citizen.
Oh.
You have my attention.
Hi, Furiel. Morrowind lore. The Dunmer don't like Outlanders. After 4 centuries, they still aren't really part of the Empire. I understand their loyalty to religion and culture, but at heart, I just think they hate other races. Hi, Haining.
What's your story?
Kamanatong. Kamanatong are in direct competition with the Thieves Guild for control of illegal trade, and they have sworn to exterminate the upstart Outlander newcomers. Latest rumors. I've heard that a ship called the Prelude sank somewhere around Ball Fell. It was supposed to be loaded up with treasure. Yo, we can go treasure hunting? That's sick.
There are many creatures beyond the cities. Good hunting.
Thank you. How about here? Cool.
Go ahead, stranger.
Hi. Okay. How about you? Note from Jazir. To-do list. Check on tomorrow's shipment. Ask Planius about leave. Restock bottles for bookshelf. Okay. Hi, Jazir. Training? Okay.
What does the Dunmer need?
Cool. What's up with you? Got some books. Hey, Okan Shay.
Ours to listen.
Good day, Citizen iios. I'm Okan Shay. This is Ebonheart, named for Castle Ebonheart and the Duke of Ebonheart, Duke Vidam Dren, by the grace of our Emperor, the Emperor's representative here in Vardenfell District. Can I help you? Oh my god. Okay. Aldrune. Aldrune is the district seat of House Redoran and a large settlement. The Redoran council chambers are located inside the shell of an ancient and extinct giant crab. Tracks lead north to Margon and Nice's villages and south to Balmora. Ancestors. The Dunmer believe the spirits of the dead live on in our world. They can know and affect the future and can speak with other spirits and work great magic, so the Dunmer honor and gift them and ask them for aid and protection. Strong spirits of heroes and wise women preserve the wisdom and honor of the race. The worst spirits are evil and harmful, called ghosts and devils and daemons. The oldest and greatest ancestor... Yeah, it is scary, isn't it? The oldest and greatest ancestor spirits are the Daedra. They are powerful but dangerous and hard to understand. It's such a good emote, Delta, honestly. Ashlanders. Ashlanders are the nomadic Dunmer barbarians of the Morrowind wastelands. They live in camps of small, mobile huts, herding guar and hunting wildlife for meat and hides. By tradition, the Ashlanders claim the right to raid settlements and other tribes for booty and slaves. The Ashlanders worship their ancestors and are led by their Ashkan war chiefs, counseled by their arcane wisdom and prophecies of their wise women. If you plan to visit them, you should know something of Ashlander customs. At the happiest collie, Delta. I hope the person... Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I accidentally... My bad. I don't know why. It just seemed like a Delta Rain kind of emote, to be honest. I don't know why. Ashlander customs. Take care when visiting an Ashlander camp. Among clan and kin, Ashlander courtesy is very proper and polite, but you are a stranger, so remember that Ashlanders hate foreigners. Ashlander challenges are very solemn and serious things. Do not make a challenge lightly, and know the customs of Ashlander gifts. They are not offended by gifts of money, and take them as tokens of deference and respect. And among outcast Ashlanders, beware the Mabragash, renegade witch warrior women who practice dark magics. This is it's a fucking Wikipedia here. Ashlander challenges. When challenged for sport, it is acceptable to decline. When challenged for honor, it is shameful to decline. Honor challenges come from offense given in speech or action, or may represent customary formal challenges of status or ritual. Delta pointed out an honest mistake like a bitch. No. Ashlander courtesy. Ashlanders may challenge a stranger who enters a yurt without invitation. Customs differ with different tribes, but leave when requested, and you may be forgiven. Be particularly careful about Ashkens, tribal chiefs and wise women, tribal seers and counselors. Some are welcoming, some are hostile. Be courteous and leave if requested. If offended, they may attack. Hey, welcome, Arcadon Prime. I'm so happy that we can be company for you as you get that guy little person down. Seriously, it's good to have you. We've been reading up a storm tonight. We finally made it to Ebonheart. We gotta free this slave. Ashlander gifts. Among Ashlanders, a gift is a token of courtesy among strangers and affection among friends. When coming first among strangers, a thoughtful gift is a sign that you are cautious and considerate and aware of the other's wants and needs. Such is particularly useful for traders and travelers. Among friends, it is a private thing and subtle, with great risks, for the test of the gift is how well it is tailored to the receiver. Ashlanders hate foreigners. Most Ashlanders wish all foreigners and their false gods could be driven from Morrowind. At very least, Ashlanders wish the foreign devils would leave them in peace. Ashlanders think it is shameful to attack unarmed persons, but they will kill without hesitation an unarmed person who offends them or their clan laws. No Ashlander is fool enough to make war against the Empire. However, if such a war might be won, many Ashlanders might cheerfully give their lives to win such a war. Background. I'm Okan Shea, savant and clerk of the East Empire Company. Background. Okay, same. Oh, that's what I just asked. Bad Daedra. The temple teaches that the three good Daedra, the Anticipations, Boethia, Azura, and Mephala, recognized... Isn't that four? Recognized the divinity of the tribunal and made homage to them, but the rebel Daedra, the dark dirt Daedra, Molag Bal, Malakath, Sheogorath, and Maroon's Dagon. What's up? In their arrogance and pride, refused to keep faith with the tribunal. These rebel Daedra thus became the four corners of the House of Troubles, and they continued to tempt the unwary into heresy and dark worship. Welcome, Kenshi. Balmora. Balmora is the district seat of Hla and the largest settlement on Vardenfell after Vivec City. Good roads lead north to Aldrune. Balmora is the largest settlement after Vivec City. Wow, we've explored the second largest city in Morrowind. Isn't it amazing, Austin? Yeah. Good roads lead north to Aldrune and Caldera and south to Pelagiad, Sidanine, and Vivec City. The Imperial Legion garrison of Fort Moonloth lies south of Balmora. Bitter Coast. The western coast of Vardenfell from Sidanine. Oh, it just goes on and on, Goose the Moose. It never ends. Yeah. Welcome, baby man. Welcome. Yeah. We're so determined to read all of the content, all of the text, night in, night out. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep doing it. We usually stream Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, but we just gotta have that determination. We found the savant person, the person whose job it is to know stuff, and oh, do they know a lot of stuff. So we might be here a little while. The western coast of Vardenfell from Sidenine north to Nar Mach is called the Bitter Coast. The salt marshes and humid swamps of this region are uninhabited, with the only settlements found at the good harbors of Nar Mach, Hla Oad, and Sidenine. Also called the Smuggler's Coast, the region's secluded coves and islands provide refuge for criminal trade, and the frequent rain and fog hides small boats from excise cutters. Blades. The Blades is a prestigious service order for citizens demonstrated the greatest loyalty to the Emperor. To be named to the Blades by the Emperor is a great honor, and publicly acknowledged members serve openly in noble courts and diplomatic posts. Privately, many Blades members act as the Empire's intelligence agency. Such agents conceal themselves with secret identities, operating in disguise as couriers, observers, and spies throughout the Empire. Blight disease. Quama foragers range far from their home colonies, deep into the ashlands as far as the Ghost Fence. Foragers exposed to blight storms may become infected and may return and infect their queen and the whole colony. An infested Quama mine is great hardship for the mining community. Blighted eggs are inedible, and miners catch blight diseases. Ridding a colony of blight is expensive and dangerous because of the aggressive behavior of sick Quama foragers and warriors, and the risk of spreading disease. Ashlands. The Ashlands are the dry, inhospitable wastelands surrounding the lower slopes of Red Mountain. The Ashlands extend to the Sea of Ghosts to the north, and elsewhere form a wide margin between the blighted Red Mountain region and other geographic regions. The town of Aldrune and the village of Margon are the only sizable permanent Ashland settlements. Ashlanders hunt for game here, and their herds find sparse grazing. It rains rarely and suffers frequent ash storms. Blight diseases. Blight diseases resist common herbal and magical treatments and are of two kinds: wasting diseases, which attack one or more of an organism's systems, and abnormal growth diseases, which distort the organism's functions and structures. Natives avoid exposure to the blight and wear special protective garments when traveling in blight-prone regions. Caldera. Caldera is a recently chartered imperial town and mining corporation. The Caldera Mining Company has been granted an imperial monopoly to remove raw ebony from the rich deposits here. Caldera has the appearance and flavor of a western imperial town. Kamanatong. The Kamanatong is Morrowind's native criminal syndicate. They're grown powerful and ruthless since the imperial occupation and have great influence in the higher ranks of House Halalu. The Kamanatong are in direct competition with the Thieves Guild for control of illegal trade, and they have sworn to exterminate the upstart Outlander newcomers. The Kamanatong are known for their brutal disregard of human life. Challenges. Vardenfell's greatest challenges are its mutually hostile creatures, its cruel and untamed wildernesses, and the troubling phenomenon of the Blight. The temple and traditional Dunmer cultures are in direct opposition to the values of the imperial conquerors' colonists, and the interests of each great house conflict with the interests of the other great houses. Only the imperial legions and the duke's shrewd policies prevent political disputes from expanding into civil unrest or warfare. Even the legions, however, cannot extend their protections into the sparsely inhabited wastelands of Vardenfell, where bandits, necromancers, witches, fiends, and monsters find refuge, emerging to threaten the lives of explorers, colonists, and traders. The greatest and most obscure threat is the Blight, a mysterious weather-like phenomenon emanating from the crater of Dagoth-Ur, warping and poisoning creatures in its path, and creating diseased horrors that attack travelers in outlying settlements. Yeah, Goose, there's some people I talk to, and it is like this, You say, you're like, tell me about this, and they'll talk. Tell me about this, and they'll talk. And then eventually, you're done talking. Let me tell you about current events. The great houses are always fighting each other in the great house wars. There's always trouble between Outlanders, non-Dunmer imperial colonists, and the Dunmer natives. The temple is at war with a rebellious faction called the Dissident Priests. A secret cult called the Sixth House is killing imperial citizens. Misshapen monsters and diseases called Blight Disease are spreading from Red Mountains. A volcano where the devil Dagoth and his ash vampires live. Are you not pleased, Skulkin? Are you not satisfied? Daedra. The temple regards Daedra as powerful ancestor spirits, similar to the Tribunal, but weaker and more capricious. Before the Tribunal, the Daedra were worshipped as gods by the Dunmer, but were undeserving of this veneration, since they harmed their followers as often as they helped them. When they became gods, the Tribunal became the protectors and high ancestor spirits of the Dunmer. The good Daedra became loyal friends of the Tribunal, but the bad Daedra remained foul and treacherous. Dagoth Dagoth is the evil, immortal enemy of the Tribunal Temple cult. The temple blames Dagoth and his hosts for all the evils that beset the Dunmer and Morrowind. Dagoth dwells in fiery caverns beneath Red Mountain, served by his kin and legions of monsters. Dunmer, literally the dark or cursed people, or dark elves, are the dark-skinned elven peoples of the East. Dark is variously understood to mean dark-skinned, gloomy, and ill-favored by fate. The Dunmer and their national character embrace these various connotations enthusiastically. In the Empire, dark elves is the common usage. Dwemer artifacts. Artifacts salvaged from Dwemer ruins are available, but protected under Imperial law, and trade in such artifacts is illegal. Most valuable are dwarven weapons and armor, both for their superb craftsmanship and for their value to collectors and scholars. Ebonheart. Castle Ebonheart is the seat of Imperial authority on Vardenfell. Here, Duke Vidin Dren, Duke of Ebonheart, and the Vardenfell Grand Council determine law and policy for the Vardenfell Administrative District. The Imperial cult shrine here serves the Duke, his retainers, and the castle's garrisons, and is also an administrative center for the Imperial cult presence on Vardenfell. It's Monday, can you believe it? Thanks for reminding me, Magic Pen. I always like to recall. A unit of the Imperial Guard protects the Duke, and the Hawkmouth Legion is also garrisoned within the walls of the castle. Because the East Empire Company is chartered directly by the Emperor, its offices, warehouses, and docks are adjacent to the castle, and its security is assured by the Imperial garrisons. The provinces of Skyrim and Blackmarsh maintain diplomatic missions within the walls of Castle Ebonheart to ensure that their political interests are respected by the laws and policies of the Duke and Grand Council. Blackmarsh. I actually literally just started uploading some content to YouTube today, Azura. And I do intend to upload our Morrowind read-through here eventually. Blackmarsh. Most of the native Argonian population of Blackmarsh is confined to the great inland waterways and impenetrable swamps of the southern interior. There are few roads here, and most travel is by boat. The coasts and the northwestern upland forests are largely uninhabited. For ages, the Dunmer have raided Blackmarsh for slaves. Though the Empire has made this illegal, the practice persists, and Dunmer and Argonians have a long-standing and bitter hatred for each other. Argonian. We are the people of the root, called Argonians by the warm bloods. We go where we will, wet or dry, and the currents of blood magic run swift in our veins. In our native land, we hunt to live, masters of the marshes, hunted and enslaved by soft-skinned enemies. We snare and slay them by stealth, spell, and steel. Enchanters. Enchanters create enchanted items for themselves and for unskilled spellcasters. A magic scroll is the simplest enchanted item. Anyone can use it to cast a single spell with 100% reliability, but the scroll is destroyed in the process. Enchanters also place permanent enchantments on weapons, armor, clothing, and ornaments. These items cast spells reliably, powered by built-in soul gems. A soul gem's power limits the number of an item's uses, but the gems renew their expended power over time. Is that so, really? Enchantments. Temple enchanters favor healing and protection spells. Redoran enchanters favor wounding missile loads and shield spells. Halalu-like weapon enchantments and various spell rings. Imperials use a wide array of weapon and ring damage enchantments. But the masters of enchantment are the Telvanni. They use all effects, often several combined on one item, but they especially like items that summon creatures or magical weapons and armor. Fighters Guild. The Fighters Guild is a professional organization chartered by the Empire to regulate the hiring and training of mercenaries. Training, goods, and services are cheaper for members, and the guild stewards know where to find work. Look for chapters in Balmora, Aldrune, Wolverine Hall in Sidrith Mara, and the Foreign Quarter in Vivek. Boyada. Boyada means fire river in the native Ashlander language. The deep, ash-dark ravines which run down from the Red Mountain volcano are called Boyada. The lava from Red Mountain is very fluid and it runs almost like water, and during an eruption, fire rivers run down the mountain, clearing the ravines of vegetation. Because they have good footing, are clear of brush, and run long distances, we use them like roads when traveling overland. Geographic
I have
regions.
one simple request, and that is to have sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
How's it going? Welcome. We're gonna read. Oh gosh, we've met the savant of Ebonheart, and oh my god, do they have a lot to say to us. Vardenfell has 9 basic geographic regions, each with their own distinctive plants and terrain features. Scholars have based their classifications on the different types of land described by the native Ashlanders, so the designations are recorded by most local traders, travelers, and adventurers. These geographic regions are called the Ashadian Isles, the Ashlands, Azuros Coast, the Bitter Coast, the Grayslands, Molag Amur, Red Mountain, West Gash, and Shiogorad. Ashadian Isles. The Ashadian Isles are the lush, green, well-watered lowlands in the south where most of Vardenfell's agriculture is found. The area includes Pelagiad, Suran, Vivek City, and Ald Sotha, along with the inland lakes and waterways of the Ashadian Isles proper. The urban areas of Vivek and Ebonheart of the southern coast are densely populated. The inland Ashadian Isles are dotted with small farms and large plantations. The climate is temperate and comfortable, with moderate rainfall. Ald Sotha. Ald Sotha is a splendid Daedric ruin within sight of Vivek City. Though exotic and picturesque, it is a dangerous site, haunted by old magics, dark cultists, and their Daedric summonings, and not recommended for sightseers. Azuros Coast. The rugged coast and islands of northern and eastern Vardenfell, hey Dabby Dabs,
how do you do, fellow kids?
Are called Azuros Coast. The region is rocky, infertile, and largely uninhabited, except for the outposts at Molag Mar, the Telvanni settlements at Sidrith Mara, the Wizard Towers at Tel Arun, Tel Mara, and Tel Brenora, and Ahamusa Camp, and the remote fishing villages of Ald Redania and Dagon Fell on the north coast. There are no roads. Most travel is by boat. Despite the rocky terrain, a variety of plants thrive on the regular rainfall. Thank you, Austin, and everybody for hanging out. I would like to finish this person's conversation so we don't have to come to it next time we play. We'll see about that. Ahamusa Camp. The Ashlander Ahamusic tribe has a permanent settlement at Ahamusa Camp on a rocky promontory at the northeastern tip of the Vardenfell mainland in the Azuros Coast region. Here, let me mark it on your map. Thanks. Ald Redania. Ald Redania is the site of an ancient ruined wizard's tower on the northern coast of Vardenfell, on the western tip of a large island west of Shiogorad. Dagon Fell. Dagon Fell is a tiny fishing village on the northern coast of Vardenfell, on the large island called Shiogorad in the Azuros Coast region. Ghost Gate. Ghost Gate is the gate citadel of the Ghost Fence Ordinator and Buoyant Armiger garrisons. Ghost Gate sits astride the only gap through which the monstrous hosts of Dagoth-Ur might emerge from Red Mountain to threaten the rest of Morrowind. The Ghost Fence itself is a colossal magical artifact that completely encircles Red Mountain and prevents the blight from spilling its corruption across the rest of Vardenfell. Narmak. Narmak is a tiny fishing village in the Bitter Coast region of western Vardenfell. Nisus. Nisus is a small mining and trade village astride the Siltstrider caravan route between the northwest West Gash and Aldrune gaps. Good Daedra. The temple says that Boethia, Mephala, and Azura, the Anticipations, and also the Good Daedra, also called the Good Daedra, are loyal friends of the tribunal. Malakath, Maroons Dagon, Moloch Baal, and Sheogorath, the four corners of the House of Trouble, also called the Bad Daedra, are inconstant, rebellious, and unreliable, and ever eager to seduce the faithful into sin and profane worship. The loyal three Good Daedra, knowing the tricks of their rebellious kin, help the tribunal frustrate the devious schemes of the Bad Daedra. Grazelands. The regular rain and dark soils of the grazelands produce the rich grazing for Ashlander herds that give the region its name. The region lies in the northeast of Vardenfell, sandwiched between the Ashlands and Azura's coast. Permanent settlements include Voss Village and the towers of Tel Voss and Tel Fear. The Ashlanders of Zainab Camp move their herds across the plains in search of fresh grazing. There are no roads or tracks, but travel is easy across the open plains. Great houses. In modern times, Morrowind is ruled by 5 great houses: House Hlaalu, House Redoran, House Telvanni, House Induril, and House Dress. 3 of these great houses have territorial interests on Vardenfell. The other 2, Drace and Induril, are not represented on Vardenfell. The 3 great houses on Vardenfell identify themselves by their traditional colors: red for Redoran, yellow for Hlaalu, and brown for Telvanni. Thus, members of House Hlaalu may be referred to collectively as Yellows. The great house's traditions derive from ancient Dunmer clan and tribes, but now function as political parties. Dunmer Great House membership is largely a matter of birth and marriage, but imperial colonists may also become retainers of a great house, or may be adopted into a great house. Guild Guide. A guild guide is a spellcaster of the Mages Guild who provides magical transport for a small fee. You can only travel from one Mages Guild to another, but it is the fastest way to travel between Vivec, Balmora, Aldrune, Caldera, and Sidrith Mara. Hla Oad. Hla Oad is a tiny, isolated fishing village on northwestern Vardenfell in the Bitter Coast region. A rough track along the River Odai connects Hla Oad with the town of Balmora. House Dress. One of the 5 Dunmer Great Houses, House Dress is one of 2 houses without holdings or interests in Vardenfell. Dress district is in the south of Morrowind, bordering the swamps and marshes of Black Marsh. House Dress is an agrarian agricultural society, and its large salt rice plantations rely completely on slave labor for their economic viability. Always firm temporal supporters, House Dress is hostile to imperial law and culture, and in particular opposed to any attempts to limit the institution of slavery. House Hlaalu. House Hlaalu is one of the 3 Dunmer Great Houses with holdings on Vardenfell. House Hlaalu has always been loyal to the Emperor and the Empire. Hlaalu welcomes imperial law and the legions and freedom of trade and religion. We still respect the old Dunmer ways, the ancestors, the temple, and the noble houses. But times change, and the Empire changes with the times. House Hlaalu hopes to live in peace and harmony with the other races, and share in the growth and prosperity of the Empire. House Induril. House Induril is one of the 5 Dunmer Great Houses, and one of the 2 houses without holdings or interest in Vardenfell. The city of Mournhold is located in Induril district, and the Induril are orthodox and conservative supporters of the temple and temple authority. House Induril is openly hostile to imperial culture and religion, and preserves many traditional Dunmer customs and practices in defiance of imperial law. House Redoran. House Redoran is one of the 3 Dunmer Great Houses with holdings on Vardenfell. The Redoran prizes the virtues of duty, gravity, and piety. Duty is to one's own honor and to one's family and clan. Gravity is the essential seriousness of life. Life is hard, and events must be judged, endured, and reflected upon with due care and earnestness. Piety is respect for the gods and the virtues they represent. A light, careless life is not worth living. House Telvanni. House Telvanni is one of the 3 Dunmer Great Houses with holdings on Vardenfell. The Telvanni wizard lords have traditionally isolated themselves, pursuing wisdom and mastery in solitude, but certain ambitious wizards lords, their retainers, and clients have entered wholeheartedly into the competition to control and exploit Vardenfell's land and resources, building towers and bases all along the eastern coast. The Telvanni think that wisdom confers power, and power confers right. Thank you, Cleaver. Thank you. You know, reading is, it's a service, you know. House Wars. By the immemorial custom of Dunmer society, a house may challenge the honor of another house in the person of one of the house's ranking nobles. The ranking noble of the impugned house is marked for death, in ancient times actually formally marked with the black banner, but in modern times served with a formal written public announcement. If within a year of the challenge, the marked noble still lives, the challenging house must publicly forego any further complaint or scandal on the matter. Only a ranking challenging noble or a Morag Tong may attack the marked noble. In modern times, houses routinely engage Morag Tong. This custom permits houses to war upon one another on a small scale without threatening public peace and rule of law. Such violent disputes among great houses are called house wars. Codes of behavior under house wars of honor are complex and subtle, and the Morag Tong specialize in the honorable and legal prosecution of these factional vendettas. House wars are expensive, dangerous, and disruptive to all houses involved, but on the island of Vardenfell alone, a dozen or more marked challenges are being prosecuted at any time. Imperial. The Imperials are the educated and well-spoken natives of the civilized, cosmopolitan province of Cyrodiil. Imperials are known for their enlightened rule of law and government, and the discipline and training of their citizen armies. Though physically less imposing than the other races, they are shrewd diplomats and traders. Their legions have enabled them to subdue all the other nations and races of Tamriel, and to have erected the monument to peace and prosperity that comprises the glorious empire. Cyrodiil. Cyrodiil is the cradle of human imperial high culture on Tamriel. It is the largest region of the continent, and most is endless jungle. The imperial city is in the heartland, the fertile Nibene Valley. The densely populated Central Valley is surrounded by wild rainforests, drained by great rivers into the swamps of Argonia and Topol Bay. The land rises gradually to the west and sharply to the north. Between its western coast and its central valley are deciduous forests and mangrove swamps. And a oh my god, I did turn Buttspot up quite a bit. Imperial culture. Imperial culture is a pragmatic melting pot of the various contrasting cultures of the imperial provinces, unified by a strong hereditary emperor and bureaucracy, the rule of law, a powerful professional army, and tolerance of disparate polytheistic cult worships. Education and wealth is broadly distributed through all social classes. Where imperial culture has flourished, many citizens are literate and protected under imperial law. Persons of all races and creeds can advance in wealth and status and commerce, the bureaucracy, and the military. However, moral and political corruption at the highest levels of imperial society and the economic strain of maintaining military occupations in widely separated hostile provinces like Morrowind signals the impending decline of the empire. Imperial law. An adventurer should know the basics of imperial law concerning life and property. Verbal assault, pickpocketing, and trespassing are minor crimes, punished by fines or hard labor. Theft and foul murder are felonies. Theft is punished by fines proportional to the value of the property stolen, or by hard labor. Foul murder is punishable by fines of at least 1,000 drakes, or by hard labor. Fines and compensation are determined by magistrates and may be paid to guards. In place of fines, the criminal may serve extended sentences of hard labor. The work camps are hard places for hard men, and for each day served, expect to lose some hard-earned skill as a result of physical, mental, or emotional punishment. Imperial Legion. The most disciplined and effective military force in history, the Imperial Legions preserve the peace and rule of law in the Empire. The legions have garrison in the major settlements of Vardenfell, but the units mostly serve as guards to enforce the law in Morrowind. The legions hire qualified recruits of proven skill and character, and provide training, goods, and services at discounts. The lower ranks are common troopers and officers, but the upper ranks include the orders of the Imperial Knights. Imperial Provinces. The Empire of Tamriel encompasses the 9 imperial provinces: Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Elsewhere, Black Marsh, Morrowind, and the ancient imperial province itself, Cyrodiil. Morrowind was among the last of the provinces to be integrated into the Empire, and because it was added by treaty and not by conquest, Morrowind retains exceptional power to define local law by reference to ancient Great House precedents. Elsewhere. The Khajiit of the southern Elsewhere jungles and river basins are settled city dwellers with ancient mercantile traditions and a stable agrarian aristocracy based on sugarcane and salt rice plantations. The nomadic tribal Khajiit of the dry northern wastes and grasslands are, by contrast, aggressive and territorial tribal raiders, periodically united under tribal warlords. While the settled South has been quick to adopt imperial ways, the northern nomadic tribes cling to their warlike, barbarian traditions. Hammerfell. Hammerfell is primarily an urban and maritime province, with most of its population confined to the great port and trade cities. The interior is sparsely populated with small, poor farms and beast herds. The Redguard love of travel, adventure, and the high seas has dispersed them as sailors, mercenaries, and adventurers in ports of call throughout the Empire. High Rock. High Rock encompasses the many lands and clans of Greater Brittany, the Delice Isles, the Bolsack River tribes, and by settlement, the Western Reach. The rugged highland strongholds and isolated valley settlements have encouraged the fierce independence of the various local Breton clans, and this contentious tribal nature has never been completely integrated into a provincial or imperial identity. Nonetheless, their language, bardic traditions, and heroic legends are a unifying common legacy. Breton. Passionate and eccentric, poetic and flamboyant, intelligent and willful, Bretons feel an inborn, instinctive bond with the mercurial forces of magic and the supernatural. Many great sorcerers have come from their home province of High Rock, and in addition to the quick and perceptive grasp of spellcraft, enchantment, and alchemy, even the humblest of Bretons can boast a high resistance to destructive and dominating magical energies. Inner Sea. The waters enclosed between mainland Morrowind and Vardenfell Island are called the Inner Sea, Khajiit. The Khajiit are the cat people of the province of Elsewhere. Though the race has a variety of subtypes, each with different forms and habits, only the smooth, quick, agile Suthe Rot are encountered in Vardenfell. When most people think of Suthe Rot, they think of thieves, with good reason, since many Suthe Rot are cunning, acquisitive, and slow to embrace the sanctity of personal property. But the speed, agility, and bold spirit of the Suthe Rot also makes them gifted traders and adventurers. Gosh, I sure do love some wings, Scooey. Law in Morrowind. Morrowind is governed under imperial law and under the law and customs of the Dunmer Great Houses. Conflict of imperial and Great House law are governed under the Treaty of the Armistice, which reserves most local government functions to the Dunmer Great House councils. Local magistrates judge cases and determine sentences. Local guards execute the judgments of the magistrates and enforce the laws. Theft, trespass, assault, foul murder, and contempt are serious crimes. Criminals must pay fines or serve sentences of hard labor. Treason is the most serious crime, punished by death. Noble House Dunmer have right of appeal to the House councils. Imperial citizens have right of appeal to the King of Morrowind and his dukes. By ancient house custom, offended house nobles appearing to house councils may refuse to accept compensation and may demand death for many crimes. Margon. Margon is a small, isolated village in a remote region north of Aldrune. The Margon Shrine is an important temple pilgrimage site. Mabragash. The Mabragash is an Ashlander witch warrior, a renegade wise woman who has forsaken the established rules of behavior for an Ashlander woman to become a master of dark magic and the weapons of war. By secret rituals, the Mabragash steals a man's vital essence and makes herself a powerful sorcerer and warrior. The manifestation of her dark power is called a ghost snake that paralyzes and drains a victim's vitality. Mages Guild. The Mages Guild is a professional organization chartered by the Emperor to promote study of the arcane arts, and it's where you go to find wizards for hire. Training, goods, and services are cheaper for members, and the guild stewards know where to find work. If you're thinking of making wizardry your profession, you should join and work your way up the ranks. Look for guild halls in Balmora, Aldrune, Wolverine Hall in Cedrith Mara, and the Foreign Quarter in Vivec. Martial arts. The unarmed, unarmored martial arts traditions of the Marshmarrow, Salt Rice, and Golden Reed societies of the dissident priests, patterned on the rain of sand fighting styles of elsewhere, are slow to be adopted in the Empire, associated as they are with the ascetic renunciation of worldly wealth and material goods, and the rigid disciplines and mystical philosophies so alien to the Imperial West. Mercantile. The mercantile discipline is the art of buying low and selling high. This skill is useful in dealing with merchants, both for purchasing goods, equipment, and services at the lowest rates, and for getting the best prices for the treasures collected during adventuring. Molag Amur. Located inland in the southeast of Vardenfell, Molag Amur is an uninhabited wasteland of rocky hills, steep-sided ravines, lava pools, and barren ash pavements. Pathfinding and travel is extremely difficult in this trackless wilderness and is complicated by frequent ash storms. The Ashlanders of Arabenimsum camp hunt game here, but few others venture into this region. The worst part of Molag Amur is considered impassable, even by the Ashlanders. More lore, you think, Collie? Arabenimsum camp. The Ashlander Arabenimsun tribe has a permanent settlement at Arabenimsun camp, an isolated hut settlement in the middle of the desolate Molag Amur region. Molag Mar. The outpost at Molag Mar is a fortified stronghold on the southeastern edge of the desolate Molag Amur region. Pilgrims bound for the nearby pilgrimage sites at Mount Asar Nibibi and Mount Kand take refuge at the outpost's hostels, comforted by the garrison of Redoran and the buoyant armiger crusaders stationed at the stronghold. Morag Tong. The Morag Tong is an assassin's guild sanctioned by the Empire to provide 3 varieties of execution. Scooey! Public executions, private executions, and house wars executions. Constrained by ancient traditions and rigid codes of conduct, the Morag Tong only recruits candidates of proven skill and honor. Morag Tong only accepts legally approved contracts called writs, but rumor hints at the execution of secret extra-legal grey writs. The Morag Tong is the sworn enemy of the Dark Brotherhood. Morrowind. Morrowind is the northeasternmost province of the Tamrielic Empire, bounded on the north and east by the ocean, on the west by Skyrim, on the southwest by Cyrodiil, also known as the Imperial Province, and on the south by Blackmarsh, also known as Argonia. Vardenfell district consists of the island of Vardenfell, surrounded by the inland sea and dominated by the titanic volcano Red Mountain and its associated ash wastelands. Only recently opened to settlement and trade, most of the island's population is confined to the relatively hospitable west and southwest coast, centered around the ancient city of Vivec and the old great housed district centers of Balmora, Aldrune, and Sedrith Mara. The rest of the island is covered by hostile desert wastes, arid grasslands, and volcanic badlands, and thinly populated by the nomadic Ashlander tribes. Morrowind history. I hope you found Short History of Morrowind useful. Yes, I did. Morrowind lore. In Morrowind, whether you're a professional mercenary or a pilgrim or traveler, you want some armor. Shields and tower shields are basic armor protection, but limit you to one-handed weapons. For body armor, get a cuirass first for the chest, then greaves for the legs, helm for the head, and boots for the feet. Add left and right pauldrons for upper arms, and gauntlets or bracers for lower arms. Balance protection against weight. You can't fight if you're exhausted by the weight of your armor. Your trade. I am a savant. I am a man of wide learning and cosmopolitan tastes, a well-traveled man, educated, refined in manner, able to converse on various topics with authority, and a man ever ready to defend his honor and the honor of my companions. In short, you see before you a gentleman. I can discourse upon history, speechcraft, language, and customs, and for a fee I offer training that will permit you to share a few of my many virtues. Necromancy. Necromancy is not illegal per se in the Empire, though body and spirit are protected as property and may not be used without permission of the owner, and public display of the living dead is widely prohibited. Mages may purchase corpses and souls for philosophical research, and may do with them as they wish in private. Necromancers and vampires are widely confused in the public mind and persecuted, but in remote locations, necromancers are free to pursue their studies without legal interference. Hey, Dick Feynman, if you cannot see deep into the lore, it will not look deep unto you. 9 Divines. The official religion of the Empire, the Imperial cult, worships the 9 Divines. The 9 Divines are the Aedra Akatosh, Dibella, Arche, Zenithar, Mara, Stendar, Kinnereth, and Julianos, and the divine god hero, Tiber Septim, founder and patron of the Empire. Dunmer go apeshit over necromancy. Well, it's their whole, ancestral worship thing. Nord. The Nords of Skyrim are tall and fair-haired people, aggressive and fearless in war, industrious and enterprising in trade and exploration, skilled sailors that can be found in seaports and settlements all along all the coasts and rivers of Tamriel. Strong, stubborn, and hardy, they are famous for their resistance to cold, even magical frost. Violence is an accepted and comfortable aspect of Nord culture, and they cheerfully face battle with an ecstatic ferocity that shocks and appalls their foes. Padomaic Ocean. The waters of the Padomaic Ocean completely surround Tamriel. The continent of Akavir lies across the Padomaic Ocean to the east, and the continent of Atmora lies across the Sea of Ghosts to the north. Pelagiad. Pelagiad is a newly chartered imperial village between Valmora and Vivec City on the western edge of the Ashadian Isles region. The village is right outside the Imperial Legion garrison at Fort Pelagiad. The houses and shops are built in the Western Imperial style, and Pelagiad looks more like a village in the Western Empire than a Morrowind settlement. Races. The 10 races commonly encountered in Morrowind are Redguard, Breton, Nord, Altmer, Dunmer, Bosmer, Imperial, Khajiit, Argonian, and Orc. Dunmer are the native majority, but on Vardenfell, heavily colonized by Imperial Outlanders, only 1 in 2 individuals are Dunmer. The other 9 races are about equally distributed, with more Argonian and Khajiit slaves. As mercenaries, House Olalu prefers Imperials and Redguards, Redoran prefers Nords and Altmer, and Tilvani prefer Bosmer and Bretons. Altmer. Altmer are the light-skinned, tall, elven peoples of the Somerset Isles. High is taken to mean variously tall, proud, and culturally snobbish. In the Empire, High Elves is the common usage. They consider themselves the most civilized culture of Tamriel, and in truth, the common tongue of the Empire, Tamrielic, is based on their speech and writing. And most of the Empire's arts, crafts, and sciences are derived from High Elven traditions. Bosmer. The Bosmer are the clan folk of the western Valenwood forests. In the Empire, they are called Wood Elves, but they call themselves the Bosmer, or the Tree Sap people. They scorn pretense and formality, preferring a romantic, simple existence in harmony with the wild beauty of nature. They are nimble and quick in body and wit, and there are no finer archers in all of Tamriel. Orc. The Orc peoples of the Rothgarian and Dragontail Mountains are brave and hardy barbarians. Once they were feared and hated by everyone else in Tamriel. Now many have gained an education and imperial citizenship through service in the legions. Their armorers are the finest in the world, and Orc warriors in heavy armor are the best frontline troops in all Tamriel. Detractors say that Orcs are rough and cruel, but Orcs say they are hard but fair, and stern but just. Armorer. The armorer discipline is the maintenance of weapons and Necroeconomicon. The maintenance of weapons and armor at top efficiency. Worn weapons do less damage. Worn armor protects less against attacks. As wear increases, the diminishing effectiveness of weapons and armor is dramatic. Heavy armor. The heavy armor discipline is the study and mastery of iron, steel, silver, ebony, and daedric armor styles. To use any style of armor effectively, the wearer must be trained, conditioned, and skilled in its use. Red Mountain. The dominant feature of Vardenfell, Red Mountain, is a vast volcano in the center of Vardenfell. The outer slopes are steep and rugged, and the crater is deep and dotted with surface lava. The Ghost Fence, a magical barrier which blocks travel as well as seals in the harmful disease-laden weather called Blight, rings the volcano's outer slopes and is broken only at Ghost Gate. Within the Ghost Fence, rain never falls and the sun never shines. The only weather is the red and deadly ash blight. Block. The block discipline is the skill of parrying melee attacks with shields. A successful block reduces damage. Redguard. Redguards consider themselves the most gifted warriors of Tamriel. The dark-skinned, wiry-haired people of Hammerfell are born to battle, though pride and independent spirit makes them better scouts or skirmishers, or free-ranging heroes and adventurers than rank-and-file soldiers. They are quick of foot and hardy of constitution, and quickly adopt new weapon and armor styles. Sidrith Mara. Sidrith Mara is the district seat of House Telvanni and home of the Telvanni Council, though only one Telvanni councillor actually lives in Sidrith Mara. Sidrith Mara is an island settlement and accessible only by sea and teleportation. The town is large, with many craftsmen, traders, and trainers, but it is only open to Telvanni retainers. Outsiders should confine themselves to the Gateway Inn. Sea of Ghosts. The Sea of Ghosts is the name for northern waters lying between Tamriel and the northern continent of Atmora. Security. The security discipline involves defeating locks and traps designed to prevent access to the locations and containers. This skill is essential for agents and thieves alike. Settlements in Morrowind. The smallest settlements are Ashlander nomadic camps comprised of small portable huts. Rural people live in Dunmer village style, groups of small huts centered around temple compounds. Town and city folk live either in the metropolitan style of Vivec City, the urban style of towns like Aldrune, or the imperial style of recent settlements like Caldera. In sparsely populated Telvanni district, the few Telvanni tower towns are essentially large villages dominated by monumental wizard tower complexes. Dunmer village style. The Dunmer village style is the most familiar style in all districts. Huts are built of local materials with organic curves and undecorated exteriors, inspired by the landscape and the shells of giant native insects. Villages are dominated by temple compounds and courtyards in traditional villages, but in newer plantations, the manor houses are the central features. Saidanin. The piercing light of the Grand Pharos at the mouth of the harbor of the port village of Saidanin is a beacon to mariners throughout the inner sea. Most visitors from the Empire make landfall at the port of Saidanin, where they are processed by the Imperial Census and Excise Commission agents of the Coast Guard station. The Coast Guard cutters docked here control smuggling and piracy on the inner sea. Sheogorath. The large island of Sheogorath lies north of Vardenfell. Sheogorath Island and its associated lesser islands are a maritime wilderness extending north from Vardenfell into the Sea of Ghosts. The region is largely hostile and uninhabited, with two small villages at Ald Redania and Dagonfell. Dagonfell is the only settlement reached by ship services. All other island-to-island transport in Sheogorath must be provided by the traveler. Shrines. Shrines are sanctified objects where the humble and faithful may communicate more directly with their gods. In the temple, shrines take the form of three-sided trioliths, with one side inscribed with the image of the saint of the temple. In the imperial cult, shrines take the form of altars consecrated to the 9 divines. The faithful and respectful guests may make offerings and receive blessings at shrines. The faithful of higher ranks need make no offering to receive blessings. Siltstrider. Siltstriders carry passengers and cargo between settlements on Vardenfell. Fares depend on distance to be traveled. Siltstriders are giant insects. A compartment for passengers and cargo is hollowed out from the creature's shell. The driver directs the beast by directly manipulating exposed organs and tissues. Siltstriders travel between Aldrune, Balmora, Saidanin, Suran, Nisus, Molagmar, Margon, and North Landing near Vivec. Skyrim. Skyrim, also known as the Old Kingdom or the Fatherland, was the first region of Tamriel settled by humans from the continent of Atmora, the hardy, brave, warlike Nords whose descendants still occupy this rugged land. Though more restrained and civilized than their barbarian ancestors, the Nords of the pure blood still excel in the manly virtues of red war and bold exploration. Humans. The human races are short-lived, socially aggressive humanoids, shorter than elves, and more technologically advanced than the beast folk. Warlike human cultures have subjugated their elven and beast folk neighbors and synthesized their arts, literature, magic, technology, and theology into Tamriel's dominant culture, the Empire. Obsessed with progress and destiny, human civilization constantly reinvents itself from materials plundered from conquered cultures and reshaped by human myths and dreams. Yeah, it's really quite gnarly, Austin, with the Siltstrider control mechanism. Speechcraft. The speechcraft discipline is the art of influencing others through verbal persuasion. Those skilled at speechcraft can inspire trust and confidence in others, making the listener more willing to divulge information or to entrust important tasks to the speaker. Somerset Isle. The Somerset Isle is a green and pleasant land of fertile farmlands, woodland parks, and ancient towers and manors. Most settlements are small and isolated and dominated by ruling seats of the local wizard or warlord. Warlord. The isle has a few good natural ports, and the natives are unwelcoming to foreigners, so the ancient, chivalric high culture of the Aldmer is little affected by modern imperial mercantilism. Suran. Suran is an agricultural village in the northeastern corner of the fertile Ashadian Isles region. Two popular pilgrim sites are nearby, the Fields of Kumu and the Shrine of Molag Bal. Tel'aroon. Tel'aroon is the Telvanni Tower of Archmagister Gothrin, Telvanni Sorcerer Lord and head of the Telvanni Council. The associated settlement is a sizable village and the site of the festival slave market, the largest slave market on Vardenfell. Tel Brenora. Tel Brenora is the tower and seat of the eccentric Telvanni wizard named Mistress Thorana. The tower and its tiny village are located on a rocky promontory at the southeasternmost tip of Azura's coast. Tel Fir. Tel Fir is the Telvanni Tower of Sorcerer Lord Devaith Fir. Beneath the tower is the Corpusarium, a refuge prison where the deranged, distorted victims of the deadly Corpus disease are housed and tended. Here, let me mark it on your map. Great. Tel'Mara. Tel'Mara is the Telvanni Tower of Mistress Drotha, an ancient wizard of the Telvanni Council. The small settlement includes a few craftsfolk and a trade house. Tel Voss. Tel Voss is the tower of Telvanni wizard and council member Master Aryan. Tel Voss is a peculiar blend of Telvanni and Western architectural styles, and is close to Voss village. Telvanni Tower. In Telvanni villages, the settlement is dominated by the wizard's residence called a Telvanni Tower, a fantastic organic form grown and sculpted from stems, caps, and root-like holdfasts of the giant native mushrooms. The tower is often surrounded by a village, or smaller mushroom pods, hollowed out for craftsmen and commoners. Temple. The Tribunal Temple is the native religion of civilized Morrowind. They worship three god kings, Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek, who are known together as the Tribunal. Followers usually just call it the Temple. The Blight. The Blight is a weather phenomenon associated with Vardenfell's colossal volcano, Red Mountain. Persistent within the ghost vents, that is, within the crater and on the volcano's slopes, and intermittent near the volcano, the Blight is a health-threatening, ash-heavy volcanic cloud. Plants and creatures exposed to the Blight may contract a variety of Blight diseases. Thieves' Guild. In the Empire, the Thieves' Guild is old and powerful, but here in Morrowind, the Thieves' Guild is young and weak. The old and powerful criminal guild of Morrowind is the Kamana Tong. The Kamana Tong doesn't like the newcomers and threatens to destroy the Thieves' Guild. Tribunal Temple. The temple believes that Almalexia, Vivek, and Sothasil were mortal guardians of Morrowind who walked the earth, defeated the Dunmer's greatest enemies, the Nords and the Dwarves, and achieved divine substance through superhuman discipline and virtue and supernatural wisdom and insight. Like loving ancestors, they guard and counsel their followers. Like stern parents, they punish sin and error. Like generous relatives, they share their bounty among the greatest and least, according to their needs. Unarmored. Monks dedicated to the ascetic philosophies of elsewhere have long cultivated the unarmored martial arts traditions called the Reign of Sand fighting styles. The Mages Guild and other societies have had some success adapting these styles for self-defense training of wizards and other armor-averse vocations. Students of the unarmored styles wear little or no armor and count on evasion and deflection to avoid injury. Uriel Septim. The current emperor is Uriel Septim, Uriel VII, 24th of the Septim dynasty. Uriel VII has been, for the most part, a strong and effective ruler, but harsh and unyielding in personality, and private and secretive by nature. He has never been popular with the people. The emperor is over 80 and in poor health. He has 2 declared heirs, Enman and Ebel, but there are rumors of controversy over the succession in the imperial city. Valenwood. Valenwood is a largely uninhabited forest wilderness. The coasts of Valenwood are dominated by mangrove swamps and tropical rainforests, while heavy rainfalls nurture the temperate inland rainforests. The Bosmer live in timber clan houses at sites scattered along the coast and through the interior, connected only by undeveloped foot trails. The few imperial roads traverse vast, dense woodlands, studded with tiny, widely separated settlements, and carry little trade or traffic of any kind. Vampires. Imperial culture regards blood vampires as destructive monsters to be hunted and destroyed. However, romantic notions of noble, virtuous vampires persist in imperial traditions, and vampires are thought to pass unrecognized in the Mages Guild and the imperial aristocracy. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, well, that is a Uriel Septim. I'm just not sure if that's the Uriel Septim. Beedam Dren. The Dren family has been prominent for many generations in House Hlalu, visiting an Ashlander camp. It is safe to walk around an Ashlander camp, but risky to talk with Ashlanders, especially if you do not know their customs, since they may take offense at your speech and challenge you. When visiting, speak with the people. You cannot receive an invitation to enter a yurt or tent without speaking with an Ashlander. If an Ashlander gives you permission to enter a Khan or Wise Woman's yurt, you are welcome, but enter a Khan or Wise Woman's tent without invitation and the whole tribe will attack you. Vivek. Vivek City is the largest settlement on Vardenfell and one of the largest cities in the east. Each of the great cantons is the size of a complete town. The High Fane and the Palace of Vivek are visited by hundreds of tourists and pilgrims daily. Citizens flock to the arena for entertainments and war games. Outlanders mostly confine themselves to the foreign canton, while natives live, work, and shop in the Great House compounds and residential cantons. Vardenfell. Vardenfell is one of the 6 imperial administrative districts of Morrowind. Vardenfell District encompasses Vardenfell Island, a great landmass dominated by the giant volcano Red Mountain, cut off from mainland Morrowind by the surrounding inner sea. The portion of the Padomaic Ocean lying north of Vardenfell is known as the Sea of Ghosts. West Gash. The western highlands of Vardenfell are called the West Gash. The largest settlements are the trading villages of Nisus, north of Aldrune, and Caldera and Balmora to the south. The fishing villages of Aldwalathi and Cool lie on the north coast. Muck sponge grows there, and I have collected chokeweed and rue brush as well. Aldwalathi. Aldwalathi is a tiny fishing village on the northern coast of the West Gash. Cool. Cool is a tiny fishing village on the northern coast of the West Gash. Zainab Camp. The Ashlander Zainab tribe has a permanent settlement at Zainab Camp, southwest of the village of Voss in the Gravelands region. Naravar! Yo, hey, welcome, Breathtaking Keanu. Also, hi, Ice Cold Ice Cube. Yeah. I did return Fargoth's ring, but then I may have stolen Fargoth's, stuff, you know? Can you recite the lessons of Vivek by heart? Well, I'm happy to say I've only read, I think, let's see, only 4 of the lessons of Vivek so far, but once I have read the other 32, I will certainly get back to you. Holy shit, we spent an hour talking to this Argonian savant. Holy shit, actually, holy shit. I've read the cantatas. Right? We've read the cantatas. Holy crap. Oh my god, we read for so long. Welcome, Ice Cold Ice Cube. Welcome, Breathtaking Keanu. We've been doing a read-through. I just can't. We've been doing a read-through of Morrowind here, reading absolutely every little piece of it. And oh my god, Sermon 9 is the greatest one. Nice.
What is this about, Dunmer?
I'm fine, thank you. What can I do for you? How about you, Shaz, Gob, Bro, Luzgun? Okay, I just can't. I just can't, you know? I just can't. Well, we will be back this coming Thursday for more Morrowind, more Kaizo. We stream Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday about 8 p.m. Pacific time. You're over his dialogue options. I know, Lormy. Thanks for sticking it out with us. I really just wanted to finish that before next time so that we did not have to suffer it. Because that would have sucked. Let's go say hi to Pixel Ninetails, friend of the stream, Pixel Ninetails. An absolute cutie. Oh god, what a night. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. From that reading, I had to get through. I had to be, you know, I had to make it to the end, and I feel like we did, at least marginally. Have a good night, everybody. Have a good week. I'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you so much for hanging out this evening. It's been an absolute blast. And I'll see you next time. Good night.